Welcome to the first ever live show on CFB Nation. I'm Brian Driscoll. I'm the publisher at IrishBreakdown.com. And tonight we are going to preview the championship game here between Georgia and TCU. Then we'll have a live chat during the game. Have some other people join us here soon. We're going to kind of watch the game together. We will give you all our thoughts about what we see during the game and be ready to rock and roll. So should be a very, very fun game. We're about 18 and a half minutes until kickoff between the number one Georgia Bulldogs, number one seeded Georgia Bulldogs, and the number four seeded TCU Horned Frogs. Really just kind of capped off, in my opinion, a very entertaining up and down season. We saw some teams really step up this year that maybe we didn't think was going to step up. TCU being an example. Saw some teams kind of have bounce back years. Tennessee obviously had a big bounce back year. Saw some teams that I didn't think were going to be as good this year that ended up still being pretty good. Michigan being an example of that. But of course, there was no story like TCU. The Horned Frogs obviously were 4-8 last season. I believe they were picked 7th in the preseason polls and for the conference polls for the Big 12 conference. They were expected to finish in the bottom half of the Big 12 rankings and standings this year. And they come out this year and just really go on a great run. So we're going to just kind of quickly go over the paths to getting here for both teams, dive into some matchups, and just kind of talk about what we think we're going to see tonight from the game. And then, of course, once the game gets started, we'll kind of talk about what we see. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We're just going to have some fun with this. If y'all have some comments and chats and things you want to leave, feel free to do so. We greatly appreciate it. So I want to begin really with just looking at TCU. I think that's where we'll start, and then we'll dive into Georgia. TCU is not a team that I think many people predicted to come out this season and be a team that was going to be playing for a national championship and really started off well. You know, the schedule set up nicely for them to get off to a good start. You started the season off at Colorado, which at the time seemed like a quality win. Blew out Colorado 38-13. Colorado ended up not being very good. Beat Tarleton State 59-17. Then a nice hard-fought win, a game where I really felt like TCU controlled the action for most of the game, but won 42-34 at SMU. And then the breakout game was on October 1st after they had first two games, then a bye week, then SMU. So very early bye week for TCU as well. They come out at home and they play Oklahoma and just blasted Oklahoma. And it was really just one of the more enjoyable games to watch because, as you all know, I'm not a very big Oklahoma fan. And at the time, TCU wasn't even ranked, and Oklahoma was ranked 18th. Oklahoma was coming off of, at that time, Oklahoma actually, this was before, I believe, this is before they lost to Texas. So Oklahoma was sixth the week before. They were coming off of a 7-point loss at home to Kansas State, and a game that Kansas State really controlled, but it was a competitive game at the end, and then they came out against TCU, and TCU absolutely smacked them. The game was not nearly as close as the final score indicated of 55-24, and they were able to come out and just dominate from start to finish. Just big play after big play. Oklahoma scored late to even make it as close as it was. And then the next week, they kind of beat the team that at the time was everybody's favorite story. So they went out and played Kansas the next week, and at the time, Kansas was still playing well. They had Jaden Daniels is really having himself a phenomenal season. The Jayhawks were undefeated. They were 5-0. They had jumped up to number 19. It was a 19 versus 17 matchup. And TCU won. It ended up being a 7-point game, but TCU jumped out on them early. Daniels got hurt, and they were able to hang on and win what would be a string of really competitive games. The next week, TCU is down big against Oklahoma State and ended up coming back and rallying. That was a game that ended up going into overtime. And it was just it was really the first game that TCU kind of had that comeback win on it. They were a team that had already shown they could win close games. But this is a game where they showed they were going to be able to come back. They were down to start. Actually, at halftime, they were down 24-13. Then TCU scored on their opening drive of the second half to make it 27-13. They led 30-16 going into the fourth quarter. TCU comes back and ties it up with 1:57 left. From Max Dugan throws a touchdown pass to Jared Wiley that caps off a 8-play, 94-yard drive. And then, of course, they go into overtime. Both teams score touchdowns. Oklahoma State in overtime number 2 gets a field goal, and then TCU wins it with a Kendre Miller touchdown. And that was just kind of the game that, to me, signifies what this TCU team is all about. Did the same thing the next week against Kansas State, fell behind big early against Kansas State, and then came back and rallied back. And this game ended a little bit different than the other one did because they steamrolled. It was 28-17 or 28-10. And then TCU scored a touchdown with 20 seconds left in the second quarter to make it 28-17, and then just dominated from there. So they were down 28-10. Deuce Vaughn went on to score for 47 yards with 8 minutes left in the second quarter. And then from then on, midway second quarter on, TCU outscored them 28-0 to win 38-0 to finish the game. So just a really, really big win. We would see a lot of that during the season with TCU. Had a 10-point win at West Virginia, 10-point win over Texas Tech. They had a 10-point road win over Texas in a game that wasn't as close as the final score dictated. It was a game of 17-3. Texas got a defensive touchdown on a fumble, scoop and score fumble. Next week was the biggest comeback of all. And TCU beating Baylor 29-28 executed one of the best late game transitions to win that I've ever seen. Ran a play without any timeouts, literally ran the football. And as soon as the play was over, everyone from the offense got up, sprinted off. The TCU field goal unit came sprinting on, got lined up. They were calm. They were cool, collected, nailed the field goal, which is a mark of a very well-coached football team. Blew out Iowa State the next week. And then Kansas State got a little payback in the Big 12 title game. So even though they lost the Big 12 title game, still got in the playoff. They were once again big underdogs in Michigan, jumped out on Michigan early thanks to a couple pick sixes and some big plays on offense. Held on late to win 51-45. That is how TCU got here in year one of the Sonny Dykes era. And, you're talking about a team, that's 13-1, scores 41 points a game. They were coming off of a 5-7 year last year. They lost to last year, and one of their wins was against Duquesne. They had a 2-point win over Cal. They beat Texas Tech. They beat Baylor by 2, and then beat Kansas by 3. They had losses last year of 8 points, 5 points, 21 points, 12 points, 19 points, 46 points, and 34 points to Iowa State to end the season. That team loses I'd say their second best running back. I think Kendre Miller was a pretty good player last year as well. Zach Evans led them in rushing. Kendre Miller had more yards per attempt last season, and obviously played a little bit more than Zach Evans. A lot of injuries last season as well. Come out this year, and Kendre Miller's just an absolute, a really impactful player. Also lost a top defensive end who transferred to Nebraska. So just a Max Dugan. I mean, there's just so many different aspects of their season that you just look at and you say, boy, this is just storybook. You look at the fact that they're in a first-year coach who came over from SMU. Max Dugan had started the previous 2 years. He has a health issue that it factored into him not starting the year as a starting quarterback, kind of got beat out for the job by Chandler Morris. He gets hurt in the opener against Colorado. Max Dugan comes on, and by the end of the year, he's in the Heisman Trophy final group. So just a great storyline all year from TCU. So let's talk about the Georgia Bulldogs. This is the team that we're not surprised that the Bulldogs are here. Defending national champions. Came out this year, lost 15 guys in the NFL draft, which I think tied LSU's record from post-2019. They had backups getting picked. It was really just a team that you knew was still going to be good, but you didn't know how good, how well will they play this year. Lost a ton from their front seven, lost some really talented players on offense, but also brought back some very good players as well, including quarterback Stetson Bennett, tight end Brock Bowers. Came out this season and just let everybody know in week one, like, hey, we're still the champs. Absolutely obliterated Oregon to start the season. 49-3 was the final of that game. Went out, beat Samford the next week, 33-0. Beat, at the time was, I believe, 20th ranked South Carolina, 48-7 on the road. Then they had 2 weeks where they looked very, very, very beatable. Beat Kent State 39-22, did not play well. Very sloppy football game. Came out the next week against Missouri, and if we're being honest about this, that's a game they should have lost. Missouri outplayed them in so many different ways throughout the entire game. And I really thought they had a chance to win the football game, and then some mistakes late allowed Georgia to go down the field and score a touchdown with 4 minutes left to go up 26-22. It was 22-12 at one point in time in the fourth quarter. Georgia was down 22-12. They were down 16-6 at halftime, 16-3. And then Jack Podlesny hit a field goal as time expired in the second quarter to make it 16-3. It was 13-0 at one point in time in that game. But Georgia did what champions do. They didn't have their A game. They didn't have their B game. They didn't have a C game against Missouri. But they did what they needed to do to come back and win the football game. And that's the key. And that's what, like I said, that's what champions do. Then they kind of got on a little bit of a roll after that. Went out the next week and beat Auburn 42-10. It was a sloppy win, actually. Auburn just was at that time imploding. Georgia played okay. They didn't play great, but just dominated still. And then they got on a bit of a roll, beat Vanderbilt 55-0, jumped on Tech on Florida big time. I think it was like 28-3 at one point in time. I have to look up the score of that game. And then Florida kind of came back and started to get back into the game. It was 28-3. Yes, I was correct. 28-3 at halftime. And then you come out in the second half and they go off in the second half of that game and really rolled Florida after they started to come back. So Florida scored 3 times in the third quarter to make 28-20. And then Georgia just put it away and just rolled them in the fourth quarter. DeJuan Edwards scored with 30 seconds left in the third quarter, and then had a touchdown with 11:44 left of the fourth quarter by Kenny McIntosh to make it 42-20 in the game. They really controlled the action. Florida had a 17-yard drive, had a couple big plays, 78-yard touchdown from Xavier Henderson to take the lead as well. Let me see here real quick. So then they come out the next week against Tennessee. And that, honestly, full disclosure, I predicted Tennessee to win that game. I thought Tennessee was going to win. I think Georgia's secondary was vulnerable. I still think it's vulnerable. We saw that last week against Ohio State. But they did what they needed to do. Their front seven absolutely dominated Tennessee, just got outmanned, outclassed, outcoached in every way possible. And then they came out and won that game 27-13, dominated Mississippi State the next week 45-19. Had a sloppy win over Kentucky on the road, beat Georgia Tech 37-14 in the game. Again, they did not play well, but they just found ways to win. Beat LSU 50-30 in the SEC championship, and then had a absolute barn burner of a game against Ohio State, where, again, you saw a team that just knows how to win. And that's, I think, the thing that sticks out to me about this game is these are two teams who just know how to win. I mean, they've both found ways to win ugly games at times. They've had dominant performances. Obviously, Georgia's had a lot more dominant performances this year than TCU, but TCU's had their fair share of dominant games as well. But, man, Georgia's ability to just find ways to win when they needed to just grit, kind of dig deep and find ways to win was impressive and can only be matched by TCU's this year when you consider how often they had to do it. And I think that's what I like from this team is, it's Georgia's talented. There's no doubt they're talented. They have one of the best rosters in college football. But I think what has allowed them to overcome the 15 losses to the NFL, what's allowed them to overcome Nolan Smith going down with an injury, what's allowed them to overcome Ladd McConkey's health at times, Darnell Washington's health at times, the issues with Eric Gilbert on their team. What's allowed them to overcome that is this is also a very well-coached football team. This is a team that knows how to prepare, knows how to go out and win football games. So, those are things you look at and say, I enjoy this to watch this team because they're well coached. On the show earlier at Irish Breakdown, Sean Davis talked about how just the great timeouts that Kirby Smart used late in the game to help them win that game. Just a team that's very well prepared. And TCU is very well coached as well. Obviously, Sonny Dykes is an offensive guy. He's got Garrett Riley to be with him to help run that offense. Joe Gillespie's done a great job of that defense. You watch these two teams play, and you're like, man, these are a bunch of kids that have talent, but they know how to play the game. They're taught how to play the game. They're schemed well. They're prepared well. They don't really beat themselves a whole lot, and I think that's what makes this game incredibly entertaining. Obviously, Georgia has the better defense. There's no question about that, at least statistically, and I think in every way you could say that they have the better defense. And then TCU is a team whose defense has been at times vulnerable, but at times very opportunistic. Gave up 26.4 points per game this year compared to 14.8 for Georgia. TCU averages 41.1 points per game, 39.4 for Georgia. The Bulldogs are 13.5-point favorites at this point in time of the game as well. So those are that's the aspects of the game, how these teams got here, and it's made for a very entertaining season for me to watch these two teams play. Not who I thought was going to be here, and I predicted TCU to beat Michigan in my prediction, and I predicted Ohio State to beat Georgia. I really thought that the Buckeye pass game would show up, and it did. Honestly, it's just their defense couldn't make stops in the fourth quarter, and ultimately that's what did Ohio State in that game. So let's talk about some of the matchups that I'm looking forward to tonight. Obviously, both teams have some banged up stars. Darnell Washington is probably going to play. He's in a little bit better shape right now than Kendre Miller, the running back from TCU. That was a big loss to see him go out with a knee injury. I'm was looking here to find before the game to see if they had released anything in regard to whether or not he's going to play tonight, but I still have not seen anything about his availability for tonight's game. But if he can't go, or if he's just not 100%, he's not going to be 100%. They said he's 50-50 if he could go as of yesterday. If he can't go, it really takes away a lot because he was an impact running back for them this year. But I like the matchups I'm looking to see. Look, TCU has a very good secondary. Georgia has some veteran receivers, some talented receivers. No guys that you look at and say, wow, that's a dude right there as far as the wideouts. But obviously their tight end combination of Brock Bowers and Darnell Washington is outstanding. Those two guys combined for 83 catches this year. And let me see, that's 1,116 yards and 8 touchdowns as a duo this season. And also Kenny McIntosh, who's the younger brother of former Notre Dame player Deion McIntosh, also has 42 catches for 505 yards. So if you look at their top 4 receivers, only one of them is a wide receiver. And so this is one of those teams that you look at and say, that they don't have a great receiving core. Marcus Rosemay is a solid player. Arian Smith's an impactful, dynamic track guy, but he's been banged up a lot during his career. Dylan Bell, the older brother of somebody said Kenny Moore said that they did rule Kendre Miller out, so that hurts TCU quite a bit. Dylan Bell's the older brother of Notre Dame signee Micah Bell. He had 19 catches for this year, but under 100 yards. Adonai Mitchell's only played 5 games, but he's made some clutch plays when he's played. Dominic Blaylock's a former 5-star recruit. He's been okay, but 15 catches. Kyrus Jackson's never been able to kind of have a build on the year he had in 2020, where he was their leading receiver with 36 catches for 514 yards. He was banged up a lot last year, played a lot, but just wasn't healthy and wasn't effective, and he hasn't done a whole lot for him this year. So very tight end, running back-oriented offense, something Notre Dame fans should be somewhat familiar with when you look at this matchup. And it just goes to show that if you don't have a number one receiver, you just have to have a number one pass catcher, and they certainly have that with Brock Bowers. They have a lot of really good complementary weapons. They've had, see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 different players catch at least 12 passes this season for that offense. So, and then of course the running game is very similar. There's not a back. There's not a great back, at least from a production standpoint. They ran for 201.9 yards this season, but their leading running back in 14 games has 779 yards rushing. And so again, their ground attack is a lot like their receiving game. It's not a lot of it's not one guy's the focal point. It gets spread out. So, for example, Notre Dame finished this year averaging 189.1 rushing yards per game. Georgia ended the year at 201.9 rushing yards per game, so 12 yards, a little over 12 yards higher. Yet Notre Dame's number 2 rusher, Logan Diggs, had more yards in 12 games than Georgia's leading rusher Kenny McIntosh had in 14 games, 779. But again, he had 779. DeJuan Edwards had 739. Former 5-star Kendall Milton had 559. Branson Robinson had 288. Stetson Bennett had 166. Ladd McConkey had 120. Brock Bowers had 94. You see, again, it's just spread out. And I think that's the thing. You look at this Georgia offense, and there's not a lot of great individual players outside of Brock Bowers, but there's just so many different guys that can make plays. I think that makes them really hard to defend. But TCU, I think, has the athletes in the secondary to hang if they play their game. I do think that. They just have to not have the blown coverages. Where I think this game is going to get interesting is when you look at what you see up front. TCU's not they're a 3-3-5 defense. They're not small. Their defensive line has good size, but they're not a team that's been great against the run this year. They gave up 152 yards per game, but they've had some pretty good moments against the run this season. But they're a team that'll give up runs, but they don't give up a lot of like chunk plays in the run game. You can wear on them. I mean, they give up 4.1 yards per carry this season. That's not bad. I mean, that's an okay production, especially for a team that in 14 games only has 30 sacks. It's not a lot of sacks this year. So I think when I look at their rush defense, it's not a team that you're just going to go out there and rip apart with big play after big play after big play. It's just a team that you can lean on if you have the ability to do so. Michigan did rip off a big play to start last week's game, but they couldn't lean on him. And that helped kind of factor into why Michigan couldn't run the ball like they normally do. I think Georgia's going to try to lean on him a little bit more and take some shots. I think that's what Georgia's going to try to do. And I think that's going to be the matchup for me is if TCU can make some early stops on defense of the Georgia run game and force Georgia to be a little bit more one-dimensional, I think that's where you can create some mistakes with the Georgia offense, is to take away part of their game. And then on the flip side, you can make the same case, because when you look at the TCU offense, it's a very similar deal. They're a team that has a lot of talented players, a lot of guys that have speed, a lot of guys can make a lot of plays, and guys that can impact the game. And so the question is can those guys come out and impact the game today? You have Quentin Johnson, who a lot of people believe is going to be a first-round NFL draft pick. He's 6'4". He's a 4.4 guy, 59 catches, 1,066 yards, average 18.1 per catch. Tay Baber is also another speedy big play guy, 36 catches, 605 yards. Darius Davis is a really quick, shifty guy that also has some speed. He had 430 yards this year on 37 catches. He's a guy that does a lot of damage with the ball in his hands. Really, he's also their punt returner. So there's a lot of different weapons for them to go to. And then, of course, all season they've had Kendre Miller also, who is a factor for them as a pass blocker and in a lot of different ways. So as we kind of get some of these other guys on the show, because we're going to have at different points in time, Vince Cordero is going to be on with us. Sean Davis is going to be on with us. John Garcia may stop in. I've tried to tell Ryan Roberts he's got the day off, but he might jump in at some point in time too. And we'll get Vince here in a little bit. Vince was obviously on the IB Nation Sports Talk show, pounding that. And I'm yelling at him on the text account to say, hurry up and get off so I can get you on here. So whenever he's ready to go, he'll jump in here and we'll be ready to talk. So I think the other part of it is, for me, is looking at it from the standpoint of here. Hold on, Vince, are you ready to come in? Okay, you can come. Can you not bring yourself in?
It's 3 seconds.
Okay. I just wanted to
you were in the middle of a great soliloquy, so I didn't want to interrupt.
No, it's all good. You were just sitting there watching, like, oh, it's brilliant commentary.
This is good stuff.
Hey, real quick, Vince, we got the same thing going on like we had last time. I have that second live test too.
Oh, okay.
Is what I have the game on.
Gotcha.
So that way we're all in the same
do that,
same
but that's
stream.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
So, Vince, I was kind of looking at this, and I think the thing you look at is the one aspect of this game. It's you look at both of these teams have a lot of weapons. If you look at it, TCU has the more dynamic weapons in this game, and that's what I don't think a lot of people will really be thinking about. Is Georgia's just the methodical, good players. Their tight end's probably their best big play weapon from a consistently big play. They got some guys. Aaron Smith can rip off big plays. He's got six catches on the season, like 9 catches on the season. TCU, on the other hand, has a lot of impactful weapons. The question is can their line hold up? I think at the end of the day, that's going to be the question. Can they have any semblance of balance in this game, Vince, without Kendre Miller at running back? Can they have any balance?
Sure.
Can they protect the quarterback? Because that's what happened with Tennessee. If Georgia and Tennessee played in a 7-on-7 game, that game would look a whole lot different. But they could not contain Georgia in the trenches, and that was the outcome of the game. If the same thing happens today, Georgia wins easily.
Yeah, right.
But if Georgia can protect the quarterback and Max Duggan can be more efficient and accurate than he was the last two games, that's going to be the key for TCU trying to stay in this game, Vince.
Well, I think the play at quarterback is going to be crucial. I mean, how many times have we talked about that being the case for Notre Dame? I mean, that's the difference between taking a good to great team, to an elite team and playing elite, I should say.
Right.
And that I think that is going to be the major difference here. And if Max can take this team and play outside himself, essentially. I mean, he's going to have to play really, really well. I mean, he just is. If he can do that, this game's going to be close. And I think there's going to be a ton of points scored in this game. And so it's going to be very interesting to see how this thing plays out, because you're right. I think TCU does have more explosive players, the more under the radar players, if you will. I think it is.
If the highest drafted receiver on the field today is not a kid for Georgia, that'll end up being drafted, is not a guy from Georgia.
Sure. Right.
It's Quentin Johnston. To your point.
Yeah. And it's going to be very interesting to see how this thing plays out, because if Max doesn't play well, if he doesn't play well, if he kind of mirrors the last couple of games, then it's not going to be a very close game. It's just not.
Right. Because Vince, we're saying that, we both said it, but they beat Michigan that way, and they beat, and they lost to Kansas State, but this isn't Michigan, with all due respect.
It's not Michigan.
This is Georgia.
It's not even close. I mean, it's not.
Right. This is Georgia.
And I'm not saying that because of my hatred for Michigan.
But you can't predict that you're going to get 2 pick sixes in this game like you got against Michigan last week. Right? Like, that's the thing, Vince, is you have to – you can't – it's like what we talked about with Notre Dame during the year. Oh, yeah, it's great that you beat Clemson the way you beat Clemson, but you can't beat everybody like that. You couldn't have beat USC like that. You couldn't have beat South Carolina like that. You couldn't beat Ohio State that way. You got to be able to look and say, yeah, it's great that we won that way, but if we're going to win this week, we got to play better. And it really comes down to, as you said, Vince, Max Duggan has got to hit some of the throws he's been missing the last 2 weeks. The last 2 games. Last 2 games.
Oh, absolutely. He has to. I mean, he's got to play. He's the X factor. I mean, I know that sounds so obvious, but it's true.
Heisman Trophy finalist.
I mean,
exactly.
He's the X factor in this thing. He plays well, they're in the game. He doesn't play well, they're not. I mean, I know that's super simple, but sometimes football is super simple. I mean, sometimes it just is. And that's how I see this game playing out. I mean, look, you're going to, obviously everybody's going to be along for the ride with us in this thing, and we're going to have some fun watching this game.
Yeah.
But I'm going to be cheering for TCU. So I'm hoping that Max has the game that he can have. I mean, that's what I'm looking forward to. So hopefully he sees the big stage and he attacks it. And, this team, this Georgia team is beatable. I mean, they are beatable, but until they get beat, they're not. I don't know how else to say it.
Right. Well, Vince, that's the thing for me is when I look at this game and I look at this team, this Georgia team's not as good as they were last year.
No.
They're not even close to being as good as they were last year. But yet here they are.
Right.
And I think that's just a testament. That's not said. I'm not saying that is an insult to Georgia. If anything, it's a compliment.
Sure.
Like what happened the year after LSU lost 15 first-round draft picks? It didn't go very well for Georgia.
A year later, the coach was fired.
Exactly. Exactly. It was not pretty for LSU the year after they won a title. They went 5-5 the year after that. You say, oh, COVID, this, that, and the other thing, but that's like you said, the next year their coach was fired. They went 6-7. Their coach got fired.
Yeah.
Right. And so that's the thing for me is, when I look at it, Vince, it's okay to have the losses they had, the number 1 overall draft pick from your defensive line, another top 15 overall pick from your defensive line, and Jordan Davis, to have your not only did you had a guy get picked in the first 4 rounds who wasn't even a starting linebacker for you last year.
Right.
Like your 4th string tight end got drafted off last year's team. To lose that kind of talent and still be able to kind of come out and do what they needed to do, Vince, is a testament to how well coached this football team is. But look at it. Georgia had 5 guys picked in the first round last year, all off their defense. They had a running back and a wide receiver get picked in the second round, 2 more linebackers in round 3, a running back, and a punter in round 4. I mean, so you're talking about 11 guys picked in the first 4 rounds alone last year, and that team was able to bounce back and do what they did. It was impressive. It was really impressive.
And like you said, you said this numerous times, like you're the national champion until you're not, and no one has proven that they're not yet. TCU is going to give them a hell of a fight, I hope, but you're the national champion until you're not, and they're undefeated. They haven't lost since then. So,
my motto, Vince, you're the champs until somebody beats you, man.
Exactly.
And so far, no one's beat them. I hope that happens tonight, but so far, that's kind of where we're at. Vince, let me ask you this as we get closer to kickoff.
Yep.
We did our preview earlier today, so I'm going to ask you 2 questions. Number one is, and they're both the same, if Georgia wins, it'll be because of this. If TCU wins, it'll be because of this, and then we'll get your prediction for the game of how you think the game is going to play out. I think I speak for, but we both are kind of pulling for TCU tonight if we had to pick. But that's just because I like upsets.
100%. I'm definitely rooting for the underdog. Like that's who I want to win. Period.
So Vince, first of all, if Georgia repeats tonight, Georgia wins this game, give me 3 reasons or 3 parts of the game that you think are going to determine them repeating tonight.
Well, I mean, you could make this multiple parts, but the trenches is number 1. I mean, if they can dominate the trenches, then they're going to be just fine. Stetson Bennett's going to have to play like a Heisman finalist. I mean, does he have to? No, if the trenches dominate, right? But if they win, he's going to make plays. Like he made plays in the CFP game. He made plays. Like it's like, okay, Stetson Bennett came to play, So that's my second one, and the third one is Max Duggan is going to have to not play well, and that. Part of that might not be because of Max Duggan. It might be because of Georgia. So Georgia is going to have to force him to not play well at times. And so if Georgia wins
him early and often, just like they did Hendon Hooker.
Right. Exactly. Yep. Exactly. So if all of those things happen, and I don't think it'll even be all that close. If all of those things come to fruition.
Now we get a lot of weird spam things in our.
I know.
That was a first.
I had to block it though because it's spam. Get out of here.
I was like, "What the heck is that?" All right, Vince. If TCU is going to pull off this upset, which I don't think is the enormous upset some people make it out to be, this is a good football team. If you take off the name on the jerseys and meaning the logo and all that, and look at the tradition and all that, this is a darn good football team.
Sure.
Right. So, but they're not the best team on the field, I don't think, going in. So if TCU is going to win, what are the 2, 3, 4 things, however many you want to choose, that are going to have to be big factors in it, besides what we already discussed, which is Max Duggan has to be on top of it?
I mean, that's the number 1. I mean, that's clearly the number 1. And I think TCU is going to have a couple of big plays. I think that Sean brought up a stat today during the game or during the show. It was something along the line. TCU has 21 50-plus yard plays on the season, and I think that's number 1 in the country. They're going to have to be who they are, and that's kind of who they are. I mean, that's part of who they are, right? So they're going to have to be able to big play Georgia. There's going to have I just don't see TCU putting together multiple methodic 10-play 80-yard drives. You know what I mean? Like they're going to have to big play Georgia at times. So I think that's definitely part of it. So big plays, Duggan, and then they're going to have to make Stetson Bennett look like a walk-on. I mean, you're going to have to take him out of the game. He is a national championship level quarterback. He won one last year. He's back in another one. You have to take him out of the game. And I'm not saying that maliciously. That's not what I'm saying, people. But I am saying that you need.
Look, he's not Trevor Lawrence. He's not Deshaun Watson. He's not Mac Jones. He's not Joe Burrow. It's
he's
not
a leader
of the team, that, right?
And you need to neutralize him as best as you possibly can.
So we're getting ready to kick off here, Vince. So before kickoff starts, because we're staying here. We're not going anywhere. We're gonna have some fun watching this game. So before kickoff, Vince, what's your prediction for today's game?
I believe I said 35-31 Georgia. I'm gonna stick with that, but I'm rooting for TCU all the way.
Yeah, I went 41-24 Georgia.
Whoa!
I just think he pours it on them. What's that?
Blowout city.
Yeah. No, I think Georgia pulls it away late. I mean, it's 17 points. I think Georgia pulls away late. But I hope that I'm wrong. I hope that Max Dugan has a big game. I actually got to talk to Max a little bit when he was in high school because Notre Dame was recruiting him. He's a nice kid,
Right.
very nice kid.
I remember that.
Yep. So we'll see how it pans out. So TCU takes the field. I'm curious if TCU if they're willing to try to run the football events. I'm very curious to see that if they're able to, if they attempt to run the football tonight, or if they're just going to kind of say, hey,
Just throw it
a
out.
lot of teams will give up before it even starts, man.
Right.
They'll give up on the run game before it even starts. So that's not a great way to start.
That's not a great way to start at all.
And they were trying to run the ball. They handed it off.
Yeesh.
Yeah, not a great start. Not a great start. Yeah, a little bit of nerves there.
Yeah, and
Notre Dame started the Stanford. We were up in the press box when Notre Dame started the Stanford game. Would a false start? I was like, oh, just had a bad feeling about this one.
Right.
But those receivers can run. So little trips to the right, offset. Georgia put both of their backs over there, not getting to him, but nobody's coming open, and he's on the run. Oh, he had it, dude. See, those are the kind of misses he can't have.
That's a missed opportunity right there because it's open.
Yes,
you got to get that pass
open for what would have been a big play. Those are the throws he missed in the last two games that were big, especially the Kansas State game. He especially missed some of those throws, man. He cannot afford to have those kind of misses.
And there was nobody behind him. Like if he hits that, he might still be running.
Maybe, absolutely, maybe. A little motion, going a little RPO. That's a now screen for those who always ask what a now screen is. It just means throw it now. I called it a look screen is what I saw it because it was off of a look. You see it, you pull it, and you throw it out there. But it's commonly, I guess, referred to as a now screen, I guess. I never call it that. But so now 3rd and long, this is exactly where you did not want to be against Georgia. You do not want to be in 3rd and long against this team. Gonna go this little strange little looking Tampa 2 looking thing.
Georgia's all over the place.
Yeah.
A lot of communicating.
They do a ton of this on 3rd down. Like they're a pretty base defense on the first and 2nd down, but 3rd down they do a lot of this stuff. Man, I still can't believe you missed that shot on the first drive.
That's tough. That's going to come back to haunt them. That's the thing.
Yep. That's another one. You got a guy open on the comeback. 2 missed opportunities for Max Dugan on that drive. Yeah. That guy's open on that comeback, Vince. They were giving him that. Watch this. So corner opens and runs. As soon as he flips his hips, you got him on a comeback. Oh, that's an out cut. Oh, that's even worse. That was inside out.
It was a late throw. He needs to throw that earlier.
Yeah, this is what you were talking about before the show, Vince. Max Dugan cannot afford to have those kind of misses.
That's 2 big misses. I mean, one you're improvising. I mean, it's an improvisation, but you still have to hit it.
But that's what you've been doing all year.
Right.
I mean, and now you're punished. It is not a good start for TCU.
That's great field position for Georgia.
Yeah.
The minus 40.
Great field position for Georgia to start this game. Goodness gracious.
Well, now we get to hear about the Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, it's going to be this. This is why I have it on mute. Yes. Because, that right there, though, that right there is why I just do not pay attention to high school. Because 2 of those guys are not even the best players on their offensive teams.
Right.
Much less on their football teams.
Right. Absolutely.
And yet they're Heisman finalists.
Right.
Like Max Dugan is at best the 3rd best player on the TCU offense. Stetson Bennett is at best 2nd, at best. Okay, so it's just like, okay, any penalty you can do, I can do better? Is that
now? See, you can say nerves, but George has been here, man. Like, come on. Right. I don't know if that kid in particular has started in a national championship game, but I mean, come on, man. Like, you just saw the other team do it. Hold your water, man. Hold your water.
Right. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Got no headphones tonight, huh, Vince? Not going with the mic tonight?
No, I didn't go with the mic for the USC game either. I feel like it restricts me when I need to cheer and get emotional. Yeah. I don't know how emotional
push there on that first run.
I don't know how emotional I'll get tonight, but is the sound coming through okay?
I just have a little bit of an echo because you're listening through your computer.
I'm not listening to you.
You're listening to me through your computer, yeah.
Right. Sorry.
That's all good. with 12 personnel to start, which is I think Georgia might. I'd be curious to see what the numbers are between Georgia and Notre Dame, comparing them from who uses 12 personnel more.
Oh, I
We're
think it's
going a little empty. This is called going off the script. A little empty out of 12. Well, he was locked in on Brock Bowers on that. Did you see that? He never took his eyes off Brock Bowers on that play.
Yep.
Here we go.
Look at his head.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks left, but
that linebacker, man. See, that's a so when we talk about high-low concepts, that's a perfect example, because if that outside receiver doesn't come on that under route, the linebacker just rides him vertically. The reason the linebacker came off that vertical ride is because the undercut was attacking his zone, and they hit it. So the safety's got to squeeze down on that click a little tighter. But that's what I love about high-low concepts, Vince, because it can really put a zone cover team in a bind with who are you going to emphasize? Oh, play action, taking a shot, nothing there. Check it out.
It's going to be a flag on motion. It's going to be an illegal motion. The receiver was moving forward on the snap.
But Vince, that is why I love high-low concepts.
Sure.
It really is. I mean, it was a seam, so it's not technically a high like an in cut, but the way you teach a seam, Vince, is if that guy is over top, you throw it inside and let that guy kind of bend and get it. Or some teams will just teach it, just bend it, and the quarterback will get it to you.
Right.
I kind of like the idea of the quarterback making the guy bend with where the throw goes. All right, 2 penalties on the first drive. So a little bit of title game jitters. Man, Darnell Washington is freaking huge. Good Lord, look how tall that dude is.
He's a tackle. Like,
it's a really athletic tackle.
I know.
Good Lord.
Are they both back next year?
Darnell, I'm not sure. He can be back, but I don't know if he will be back. Brock has no choice. He's only a sophomore.
Right. No, I knew he was back.
I don't know if he's made it. I mean, so obviously since they're still playing, I doubt he's made a decision, but yeah, I'm not sure.
Maybe he wants to transfer to Notre Dame.
Yep. Yeah. See, that's the thing is, he's not afraid. They do a lot of that stuff. So clear off with everybody else and bring Brock Bowers on a little under route. It's really good scheme stuff there, man. Stetson's just cool, calm. First and second and 3 at the 27. Oh, outside zone. Oh, nice fill. You got to make that tackle.
Tackle though.
TCU is missing so many chances at making plays right now.
See, they were there to make the play.
Yeah.
That's great. Scrape over the top.
Oh, yeah. He let that was a nice job by the running back to give that little dip to freeze that guy, but you can't freeze him, man. You've got to stay on your course. Got to stay on your course.
Why in the world on that replay did they zoom in on the quarterback who didn't have the ball?
Yeah.
It's
ESPN, man. It's a clown show. 1st and 10, just outside the 20. So this is a great start. I mean, look at that push, Vince. Did you see that push they got on that?
Yeah.
That was an easy run. They just blew TCU off the ball on that one.
Yep. And they
could have scored on a handoff on that one, Vince.
I was going to say that. So that was an immediate response to how the last play went, because nobody went with Stetson Bennett on the last play. And so they immediately came back to it the very next play, and they're like, keep it. And he goes untouched.
Yep. Todd Monken's a good play caller. Really good play caller. Yeah, that was a heck of a drive right there by the old Bulldogs. You go back and look at that one again. So they had 11 personnel, Brock in a wing. Both safeties came down, and they, what they did on that, Vince, is was that the tackle that they had work out? Yeah, the left tackle. So they didn't even run pure inside zone. They ran inside zone. They ran outside zone to the right. But what they did was, actually, that's mid zone, but they sent their tackle out to kick out the outside linebacker to the outside. So they knew that the inside backer was going to run with the outside zone. So then they sent when that safety was outside linebacker, it's a safety. They sent the tackle out to the safety, and you had a lead blocker. So everybody else went with the outside zone, and you sent a tackle out there to block the alley safety. There was nobody else there.
Tackle.
Yeah.
He opted the defensive tackle.
What now?
No, I'm just saying, like, that's just such an easy read.
Oh, yeah.
As opposed to a defensive end who's more athletic than a defensive tackle. Like, that's such an easy read, because it's when a defensive tackle takes a step, he can't recover as quickly as the defensive end. So it's an easy read. He stepped inside, boom, it's a keep. It's an incredibly easy read,
but good scheme though, right? Like, because if you run a normal read zone and you leave that backside protected, you either throw an RPO off that linebacker, which some teams will do, but he's still free, or you run it with a read. It's a read lead basically concept. They looked like they were running mid zone. I thought it was outside zone live, but they were running mid zone. Everybody flows hard because mid zone gets a little bit more width on the running back angle than inside zone. Because if you're running inside zone, you're kind of downhill. That backside linebacker doesn't have to vacate. He can just kind of fill that backside A gap. But by running mid zone, they force more of a flow by the linebackers. Now you open up that big hole back there. But instead of just running it where your tackle blocks and secures backside in case you hand it off, that to me looked like a design pull.
Yeah.
The way that they led with that tackle.
I believe it was a design pull based on what happened the play before.
Yeah, with the tackle, right? That's what, bringing that tackle out. That's what it looked like. So I like that. I like calls like that. Of
course, we get a 10-minute commercial break to discuss
it. Of course. And it's going to make me hungry all night with all these food commercials.
So, I haven't eaten dinner, baby. I'm hungry.
I had a little bit of chicken and rice. Is the missus going to make anything?
I don't know. She's not here. Both boys had a haircut. So they go to a nice place, so they have to have appointments and things. I go where you just go, So
my haircuts are a lot cheaper than yours.
The boys' in the family are treated nicer than the dad.
So are the daughters and the dog and the wife and everybody else. But all good. All good.
My haircut's easy. Theirs is a little more complicated.
No doubt. No doubt. We're going to need this is so y'all can see this play. They're showing a replay. So this is what we're talking about here. So you see everybody blocking. Did you see that jab by the left tackle and then he works back outside? Watch this little jab inside by the left tackle. Keeps a great base. Great base working out there. No doubt. Good downfield blocking. That was a bad job by the corner on that play. He didn't want any
part of that. He didn't want any part of that.
That was a very well called, well executed drive outside of the penalties.
Yeah, it was.
I mean, look, it's 11 minutes left in the first quarter, but Georgia's one of those teams where they can just kind of overwhelm you quickly if you don't answer.
Yeah.
TCU's got to get something going here.
Exactly,
Vince. I mean, if they go up on you 14-0, like somebody said in the chat, Gideon Rosa, TCU has come back before, but this is a different animal. So you got to do something to give yourself some confidence. This is what we talked about in the earlier show on the Irish Breakdown RTCF show is you've got to come out and have a fast start to give yourself some confidence. There's Todd Monken. All right, let's see what the old Bulldogs do here defensively. Little 4-man looking front, 5-man looking front, really, just bringing up both outside linebackers. 10 personnel. This is 10 personnel, so 1 back, 0 tight ends, 4 receivers. Georgia spread out. Boy, Georgia was coming at him on that one, Vince. I mean, that was so – like you had perimeter matchups you liked. What are they running into that box for? That was strange.
Well, he pulled it. What the heck did he do?
I mean, they've got 5 guys up on the line of scrimmage. Jeez.
I think that was just a zone read. What are you doing?
Yeah, he is not playing well so far in this game.
No,
because he's got. I mean, against that look, you've got to check. The read is now off. I wonder if he thought the read was off of the defensive end, but the read is on that. It's got to be on the last minute line of scrimmage, and it was that backer. That guy flew upfield.
When it looked like
straight pull. Yeah,
check to that play.
Georgia's flying to the ball on defense right now.
Understand. Well, as well as I do, Brian. It's like when you score that fast offensively and you have that much success, it just gives the defense that much more just to tee off. Like, let's go, boys. And that's what you're seeing from Georgia right now. They're flying.
Oh, yeah. Well, this is what we talked about earlier in the show. Like, to me, Vince, I think you stop TC from being able to run the ball. If they can't run the ball, I don't think Max Dugan is good enough to beat you by himself.
Right.
So, 3rd and 14. Second straight series you've been in 3rd and long because of quarterback mistakes and misses. Got to get rid of the ball, son. Oh.
He's just too jittery. Look at him in the pocket.
Yeah. Did you see how quick his feet were moving around?
He just doesn't look – he doesn't look settled. I'll say that. He looks jittery.
Ooh, defensive holding.
Wow. Talk about a bailout.
Yes.
That's an
I
automatic
want to
first
see
down.
that. Kirby is not happy. He is not happy.
My favorite is when they look up at the big screen, like, look at this. Like, no, that's not how it works, coach.
Right. Yeah. I don't know if that receivers. Which guy did they call it on? The inside guy or the outside guy?
I don't know. I don't know which one they called it on, but neither one got held. So
Yeah.
That's a tough call.
Little jet sweep. Oh, come on, Johnston. Oh, you got to be kidding me. He just lost it. TCU is not ready for this action, Vince. Did you see the quote unquote block that Quentin Johnson made on that play? Wow. Good Lord. That was bad. Vince, what do I always say, man? Where's the ball got to be? Where's the runner got to have the ball?
100%
outside arm. Yeah, they're not locked into this, man.
That
just got it ripped out. He just got it ripped out. Big missed opportunity there. I mean, TCU, Vince, they are just not. They're not ready for this, man. They're not ready for this. Wow, not ready for this.
He looks like he's 35 years old.
Who, Stetson Bennett?
No, Christopher Smith.
Oh, gosh.
Safety knocked it out. He's got a full beard.
Wow. Like, watch this every time the ball, and part of this is talent, but part of this is also just knowing what you're doing. Every time TC runs the ball, there's just a bunch of Georgia dudes there. They're so patient. Georgia is using TCU's aggressiveness against them early with their reads, their jets.
3 guys on that. He just cut inside of all of them.
Yeah. They're doing a great job of using TCU's aggressiveness against them. I mean, you could just tell that they looked at this game plan and said, these guys are going to crash their linebackers, flow hard against the run, and we're just going to use it.
That's a pass. I mean, that's a throw right there. Right?
Yeah, that heck of a catch.
That's a throw and a catch. Like,
Yep.
You know, say what you want about Bennett, but that's a throw.
Yeah, it's a ball. That's a heck of a catch too. That's McConkey, right?
That's 84.
Love that route. It's a heck of a catch, man.
He went up and got that.
Yeah. That's a heck of a catch there. Kept it through Yeah, TCU's defense is not ready for this game. Like, Todd Monken is in their head big time. He knows exactly what they're doing. Got to hold them to a field goal here, Vince, if you want to stay in this game.
If it's a touchdown, it might be game over already.
Yeah. Don't say that, man, because then people are going to leave the chat.
No, I don't mean that at all.
We'll still have plenty to talk about. Trust me.
Wow, I haven't been looking at the chat. I've been looking at the game feed, and there's some funny guys in the chat.
Yeah. Oh, this is good. This is good. Oh, they're just gonna Okay, get yourself a third down.
Come on now.
Nice here so far.
That was a bad decision. Throwing it over the middle.
I got the Skycast open up over here too. I want to see where that read was.
Yeah, that's not a good.
He didn't have anybody open.
Get rid of it, man. Don't.
Not there. Not in the middle of the field.
That's just good defense. I mean, he was covered.
Yeah. See 12 personnel again.
Bunch.
They're going to run a bootleg backside. Nope. Wow, just getting there. Oh, nice open field tackle right there.
Fourth down.
Yeah, that to me, that leaves them in punt. I think you got to go for the field goal here. Field goal here.
Yeah, punt it.
Yeah. I'm looking at that third down coverage because I got the Skycast open, Vince, on the other channel or on the in a different tab. But yeah, they covered that pretty well. I'll say this: looking at it, I got to see this again, Vince.
I mean, it was the right read. It was meant to go to the right the whole way. The way that the receivers were doing their thing.
Just back leaking out.
Right down the
middle. I mean, it's a good ball. That's just a good tackle. It's a good pursuit, good downfield tackle for me. So Hey, look, that's a good stand by the TCU defense. They were bending big time at the beginning, but they buckled down and had there was nobody open on that second down either, Vince. I went back and looked. They ran like all in cuts, and TCU did a really nice. They actually went zone and bracketed that in cut. They were looking for Bowers on a deep end in the end zone, and they had the guy covered him from the back, but then another safety kind of robbed right in front of him and took that one away.
Now,
so yeah,
from a game situation, TCU has to put points on the board here, or
100%.
at the very least, they got to get a couple first downs. They've got to prove that offensively they can do something.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. Like you can't go 3 and out here because then that stop that the defense just had means nothing.
Yeah,
because Georgia's already scored on the first 2 drives.
Yep.
So it's so early to be saying that like this drive matters so much, but it does. Like this drive matters so much because the offense has looked terrible for TCU up to this point.
Yep. I mean, Dugan's got to settle down, man.
Absolutely. We said it before. Like this whole the game itself rides on how he plays, and he has not played well. And he's not obviously getting a lot of help from his friends with the fumble and those other things. But like he needs to right the ship, because if he can't right the ship, it doesn't really matter what anybody else does.
Right. Because he's not getting some help, but in other instances he has had. I mean, guys are getting open in a couple of those plays, and he missed them because you're not going to get open every single snap against this defense. You're just not.
Well, at the very least, this possession needs to lead to a field position situation. Georgia can't be starting at the 45, the minus 45, or territory. Like at least let them start on the 20. Like you at least have to play the field position game here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, because otherwise this game's going to get out of hand in a hurry. They played in the 1942 Orange Bowl, huh? Who knew? I was not there for that game. I'm old, but I'm not that old.
Most of the able-bodied men were fighting in a war.
That's right. Yep. Whew. Think about the things that generation had to deal with, boy. Whew, it's a different deal.
There's a reason they're called the greatest generation.
Yeah, somebody's taking a shot at your haircuts down there. Carolina Irish said if we paid for live streams like this, maybe Vince could get grown up haircuts. That's hurtful.
I'm the one walking in with like a coupon. Like that's
all right.
That's called dad life, baby.
Yep, that's all good.
Oh, that's great. And you know what? I'm okay with it. Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah. All right, so Vince, what do they do here to get going? That's the question here, right? Because Georgia's doing a nice job of, I think, mixing up their looks defensively. Yeah. And Dugan doesn't know what he's seeing yet. So how quickly can he figure it out? So if you're TCU, what do you just kind of stick with what you do and just execute better? Or do you try to do something here?
Well, I think you try to do something. I think you try to give Max something that he can do. Take a shot here or take advantage. How Georgia was taking advantage of TCU being aggressive. Georgia's being pretty darn aggressive too defensively.
Yeah,
I think there's an opportunity here where you could take advantage of them and get a big play.
Yeah,
but you don't want anything with too many reads. You don't want anything where he has to stand in the pocket. Just something quick.
Speaking of aggressive, you saw they brought a nickel slot fire right there.
So I'm
showing a 4-man front. Yeah,
Georgia's got nothing to lose, man. They got a 10-point lead, and they know they can score every time they touch the ball.
Yeah, it's what they said early in the game. They're gonna take away the quicks and they're gonna take away the run. That's what they're doing at TCU right now. They're gonna say, "Hey, Max Dugan, if you're gonna beat us, you're gonna beat us throwing the ball down the field."
Right.
That's how you beat us, because you're not gonna beat us. You're not gonna beat us this other way. Little post snap switch there. Oh, they're taking that shot. Blown coverage.
See? Told you. Take that shot,
Vince. And it got him free. That's a good call on that one, Vince. Take that shot. Yep. So they ran a post snap switch. The slot ran a wheel. They ran a post wheel, Vince. That's old school right there. And Georgia just didn't run with it.
Now you bring him up a little bit. Don't let him sub. I like that. Look at that. 5 yards or so, 4 yards on first down there.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. They took advantage. That was just a coverage mishap.
Well, that's why you do those post-snap switches.
Right. Absolutely.
Yep.
That's big. You're very least you're going to try out of this. Now you obviously want more than that.
Hey, Vic, your sound. So just go out.
Okay.
I don't know what that was. So yeah, that's what I could hear it too, everybody. So that's why I was curious about that. If y'all could hear that. So on that particular play, so what you've heard me talk about it before. Yeah, Vince, close out of the tab completely.
Okay.
Open up a new tab and then come back in. So yeah, I don't know what happened there. So you've heard me talk about this before, but how I like occasionally throwing post snap switches off. What that is essentially the outside guy runs an inside route and the inside guy kind of goes outside. Georgia ran a post wheel, and the nickel and the outside cornerback both ran with the post. And so nobody came off on the wheel, and that's what happened. And that's why you can't do it all the time, but that's why occasionally going to those type of plays can really be impactful for you, is to do that, Vince. We've talked. I was talking about just why it's important to do post snap switches and how that stuff can help you really be effective. And so again, you can't do it all the time, but
you have to pick your spots. Obviously, yeah. I mean that goes without saying.
But when you're playing a team, to your point, Vince, right? This is something you see as a coach, right? So just a quick check, everybody. Does the sound better now? Just want to check with everybody. The sound better. You said it, Vince. You said take a shot. Okay, so what you're going to do is okay, but how? Okay, they're playing off coverage. They're playing real aggressive. So what's happening is when you're playing aggressive, then things like that can be something, a double move, a screen, or a post snap switch, which is something that they do. So run that post off. If they bring a fire, then you've kind of put them in a bit of a bind. But if they're playing really aggressively, sometimes they can overplay a route. They overplayed that inside route. The wheel came off of it real clean, and you get free. So it was identifying, okay, let's take a shot, like you said.
Right.
But what shot? And that's what it is. You're playing a team that's being very aggressive with its coverages.
Yeah.
And you took advantage of that and took a shot. And now if you got to punch this in though here, right? I mean, that's the thing. You got that big play. I think they need to punch it in. I mean, field goal's fine. You need points here, right? But if you got to punch this sucker in, Vince.
Completely agree with you. They have to take advantage of a big play like that, because now you have momentum, which is important, obviously, but you need to be able to take advantage of it. No doubt about that.
This was the cleanest post game or final play transition I've ever seen.
Awesome. And that is not an easy thing either to get.
No. Nice inside zone. They're getting some decent creases there, Vince, on those. They're going for like 4 or 5 yards a pop right now, but eventually you break one of those. But that's where you're missing. You're really missing Kendre Miller, because he can turn a 5-yard gain into a 50-yard gain, because he can just make that one guy miss with his speed, and he's a strong kid. And 3rd and 1. Let's hope they don't do something stupid like they did against Kansas State late in the game, where they tried to run outside. Remember that?
Yeah.
Took the ball out of Dugan's hands and tried to run outside.
You can still run.
Oh, walk in. Big drive. I'll tell you what, Vince, on that drive, the TCU coaches saw that Georgia was being more aggressive than normal, and they went after it on that series. That was a really nice – go ahead, Vince.
I was going to say that's a great adjustment. That's what you need, is an in-game adjustment. If they waited till halftime to make that adjustment, this is game over.
Yes.
So
somebody asked what channel the All-22 is on. I don't know if there's an All-22. What I'm seeing is from behind Skycast is what is on ESPN News.
There is an all 22 on the app
Okay.
for sure.
Okay.
In fact,
that would be what, the ESPN3?
I've got like the app on Roku TV, and it's one of the
ESPN3 I think is the app version, right? The online version.
It's one of the options on the app on Roku. So I know it's an option on the app, like on your phone or on your iPad.
I'm looking at this from behind view. That's the one I kind of like in these games, is that from behind view, because you can see kind of what the quarterback sees. So, all right. So Vince, so now here's the other thing about this kind of score is if your special teams can just do their job, then now you're forcing Georgia to have to put a drive together, right? Where one first down doesn't get them basically in field goal range, which is kind of what happened on their first drive. So, yeah, big response there from TCU. Big response.
Huge. I mean,
ESPN 8 is concession stand cam. That's coming. That's coming someday.
You know it will.
There's no doubt. Sorry, Vince. Go ahead.
No, I don't even know what I was going to say. That's pretty funny. I like that. The Ocho.
We were talking about them needing to put a drive together.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you just went from – look, Georgia has scored on their first two possessions, and now they're about to get their third possession, and nothing about the way the game has gone so far tells you that they're not going to score. So you have to answer that in some way. You can't go down 3 scores, to this team, a really good team who hasn't lost all year. You can't go down like that. You have to go and you have to make a statement, and they did. Now it's up to the defense. The defense got shredded on the first drive. They had a stop and a field goal on the second drive. How about a stop and a punt here?
The condensed field helped them on that last series. Because they're having some troubles handling right now Georgia's misdirection and stuff like that. Like the read zone, they're over pursuing to the football. Now, do you counter and maybe not be as aggressive? Do you start bringing your backside safety down to protect against that kind of stuff, leaving yourself vulnerable to backside post routes? I mean, that's what makes this Georgia team difficult to defend. It's not because they have a bunch of great players, but literally all 5 skill players hurt you. We saw Stetson Bennett pulling the ball and running it in.
Right.
So yeah, that's a now. So the offense found an answer.
Right. Now, defense needs to find an answer, and I know this is looking ahead, but I'm also interested to see what it looks like for the TCU offense when they come back out, and how does Georgia's defense adjust? Right. Are they going to continue to be that aggressive, or are they going to play straight up and basically say, well, TCU, you're not good enough to, play us like, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot. I mean, come on, man. Football is a thinking man sport, it's all about the coaching matchups.
Well, that's what I love about it, Vince, is that chess match that you have between coaches in these type of games. So
yep.
See what they do. I'm curious to see what their answer is going to be.
Absolutely.
Right. See, I got the Skycast on my left. I got the regular view to my right. So I'm just like head on a swivel tonight, baby. I should have brought my other computer down and had the all 22 on the other one. Not proper planning. Kept it in bounds, huh? Bold strategy there, Cotton. Got it out to about the 30. All right, let's see if that TCU D can do anything. Big series here coming up for them. Let's get you some good sound there, buddy. All right. Let's see what these old horned frogs got going on defensively now. All right. 12 personnel by the old Bulldogs. Little trips right. Tight end, tight attached backside. Little look screen to McConkey. And he just cuts it back. It's good vision. That to me looked like an RPO, Vince. I'm gonna have to look at that again. See again. They were running a little trap play, and they were able to get that ball outside. You want to do a little mic check 1 2 1 2, Vince?
I think I'm okay. How about that?
Yeah, it's better. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. How's the sound, everybody? You hearing Vince a little bit better?
Am I a little bit deeper?
Yeah.
Do I have my
And everybody
DJ voice?
digging your winter sweatpants, Vince.
Woo. Oh, I forgot I was wearing my pajama pants. I don't usually
Yeah.
stand up when we're doing our shows.
Yeah.
I knew this was going to go into the wee hours.
Outside run action there. Yeah, see, now this is a nice counter by Georgia, Vince, is they're not doing misdirection. They just went fast to the perimeter twice. So you got TCU, who's an aggressive defense, to slow down because of how you get them with the misdirection. So what do you do the next strike? Quick now screen, quick outside zone, and now that you're getting outside of them.
Right.
So that's just good coach. Monken, Sean loves Todd Monken as a play caller, and he's definitely right on this one. Little play action, little bootleg.
Oh, they wanted to go deep on that.
They tell you what, TCU has been doing a good job of taking that away so far. Yeah. I mean, they were all over that, Vince, but what they're doing to take those away is leaving them vulnerable to the checkdowns and the crossers, and that's what Georgia's going to. I mean, there's a little check down that just went for 11 yards.
Right. Yeah, they wanted to take a shot there, but hey, you take what the defense gives you, right? Mm-hmm. I know that's it's cliche,
but it's also accurate.
Yeah,
very accurate. No, they're already in TCU territory, just like that. They're already at the 37-yard line. So much for the old TCU defense. Little bootleg throwback. He wants the shot again.
Oh my goodness gracious!
Just blown coverage.
Wide open.
So Vince, what they did was that's a really well designed concept. So what they did here, they ran basically just a go route backside. So they lined up a 3-by-1. They went with a motion, and they had a safety and a corner to that side, and they ran a post route by the slot guy. Basically ran a skinny post route, took the safety with him. McConkey just ran a go, and they ran a tailback follow with the tailback. So what the corner saw the tailback and squatted on the follow, and there was nobody to account for the go route. So clearly a blown coverage on that one, but based on how they got him to line up. So what was great there is Georgia just went fast.
Yeah.
And didn't let TCU get a call in. And because they knew here's what they did, Vince. Here's what was so good about that. They basically went with that 12 personnel look, right? Actually, that was 11 personnel. There's no Brock Bowers on the field on that one. No, is that 20? That was 21 personnel actually.
There's two running backs.
But they were kind of coming out in those trips looks, and they just went like with their base defense and ran the check down. And then when they had that big play to McConkey, they quickly got out of the huddle, lined up fast, and went with it.
Mm-hmm.
So they went with like a cross action concept. The one running back went on a quick jet. Then the other running back ran that follow from the backside. TCU didn't know how to play it. So,
wow.
Really quick counter. Really quick. TCU just has no idea what Georgia's doing to him right now.
No.
Todd Monken is just all over Joe Gillespie right now at this point in time.
That was well done on a lot of levels.
Yeah. Somebody said, why can't Reese use these? He does.
He does, but you got to be able to execute it too.
Right.
I mean, there's that.
That was a nice play call. Really nice play call. And he's all over TCU right now.
Yeah.
I'm very curious to see how quickly they can adjust, because they haven't stopped them really. It's like, well, let's just hope we can get them inside the 10, because that's where we're able to condense the field.
Just because you condense the field, exactly. I mean, it has nothing to do with how good you are. It just has to do with there's not as much field to work with.
Exactly.
So, yeah. And now, how does TCU respond? Again,
right.
3 possessions for Georgia, 3 scores. TCU's coming off of a score.
Mm-hmm.
What does this look like?
Yeah.
We
need a quick answer. Nice first play.
I was going to say, that's not a bad first play.
So we talk about different. I don't know if you do this, Vince, but to me, so they are come out 1st and 10, right? And instead of panicking, but they ran it's outside zone, but I call it stretch because it's a handoff.
Okay.
And it's downhill is how I do it. So outside zone to me is more like just pure outside zone. Stretch is more of the one that's off tackle to me, but it's all outside zone. It's like split zone versus regular inside zone. It's the same thing. It just looks a little bit different. They're going to the run game.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad they haven't abandoned the run game because that would be
Yeah.
that would show some desperation, which they're not in desperation mode yet, and they shouldn't be.
Right.
At least not
Yeah.
offensively.
Yeah.
Defense needs to do something to slow them down, but
Somebody asked why they can't do super chats because this channel is not monetized yet.
that's right.
So we got to get the watch hours up to 4,000 before we can do that.
That's why you're all here to join us.
That's right. This is a nice methodical drive
like
here,
it.
Vince.
It's a nice play right here.
Yeah. So
and look,
on that,
Georgia's staying back, by the way. They're not really
Yeah.
they brought a little bit of heat from the outside linebacker there, but it's delayed. They're not bringing the heat like they were.
right. And in a 3 down front, when the outside linebacker comes, that's not really a blitz. That's just
bringing the fourth.
Yeah. Yeah. So now it's 1st and 10. All is at their own 49-yard line. And let's see here. They're in 11 personnel. Brought a tight end in the game. 11 personnel. Offset back to the left.
Play action.
Now at the minute left here.
No, they wanted a shot and didn't have it. That's why he just got lit up.
He had a guy. He just couldn't see it. He should have come up quick and hit Quentin Johnson on the dig route, but
right there,
the pressure just got to him quick. Yeah.
He was ready. He was loaded. I mean, got to throw it.
Yep. Got to get that ball off right now. He's got to throw in the open window. It'd have been tight, but that's the kind of play you got to make in this kind of game. That's the anticipation.
So the crosser, is that what you're talking about? Because
it's a number one. Yeah, number one. Yeah,
right there.
Yep.
Right, boom, hit it. Right there.
Because there's a safety tracking on the other side, but there's no way that guy gets to that ball if it comes out right away. You just got to throw it into that open window. A little swing route.
That's going to be
TCU's perimeter. Quentin Johnson is making a lot of business decisions today. He is not blocking a soul on the perimeter. That was embarrassing.
And he doesn't even care. He's just standing there.
That was bad.
Wow.
That was really bad.
Number 7 didn't block very well, Dylan.
When Georgia had the ball, why is there that gray stuff in front of the line of scrimmage, in the pocket?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, that was not Quentin Johnson on that one. That was number 7. So I thought that was number 1.
Oh yeah, it was number 7.
Quentin Johnson was the one that whiffed on the last one. That was bad. I mean, you got that blocked up where you get at least another 4 or 5 more yards if you block that worth a darn. Yeah, they're receivers, man. If I'm the receivers coach at TCU, I am going off right now. Off. Absolutely off. Oh, so couldn't imagine a better start for the old Bulldogs than that, Vince.
I agree with you. They can't really complain about where they're at because they're about to get the ball back for their 4th possession. And have you seen anything in this game that tells you that they're not going to put points on the board? Because I haven't. I mean, the offensive coaching is light years ahead of where TCU is. Just light years.
Well, just better players, better scheme. They're way ahead of them. Right. Although I'm not gonna lie to you. TCU has a really good secondary, in my opinion. They have one of the best corners in the country, and they are not prepared for what Monken's throwing at them. But that's what's nice when you have so many different weapons. We, take it to Notre Dame, since most of the people in the chat right now are Notre Dame people. But let's talk about Notre Dame. It's not so much that you've got one guy that's phenomenal, but when every dude on the field is a legitimate pass game weapon that the coach will throw that guy the ball, it makes it very hard to defend that team.
Absolutely.
Very hard to defend that team. Absolutely. So really, really good start. I mean, not a worst case scenario for TCU, Vince, but
it's not. I mean, but the defense is going to have to pick up the offense here.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not terrible, but
yeah,
they need to pick up the offense here. You've got to prevent Georgia from scoring. I mean, you can't let them score again.
Yeah. Well, is it about to be 4th down or is this about to be 3rd down? That's 4th down, right?
That is a solid question. I'm looking at commercials everywhere.
Yeah.
I didn't pull up the stat cast.
All good.
Let's see. I'm trying to remember the plays. So
sack, 3rd down, right?
Sack, swing pass. Those are the 2 that I remember. So, I think it might be 3rd down and long.
Yes, very long. Very long. Very interesting. All right. Somebody asked if I see Notre Dame running a 3-3-5 like TCU. No, it would not be like TCU. Marcus Freeman's 3-3-5 is a lot different. I don't know if Notre Dame's going to do that or not. So you got first play of third quarter, 3rd and 17 out of a trips, ball snapped and away, little stop route. That makes me wonder if they're trying to get into 2-down territory here, Vince.
I mean, when you're 3rd and long like that, it's not a terrible idea.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Look, you're going to have to go make a play to get in this game.
Right.
Well, how they not call that holding? That's about as clear holding as you can get. Jeez Louise, 4th and 6, and they're going to punt.
Well, so
that's their right tackle. He's out. So now
looked like he was hurt from before.
Yeah. So now they're lining up the punt, 14-24 mark.
And Georgia's in a base defense.
Yep. Punt safe. Boy, I don't like that, Vince.
I don't either.
You get the ball out. Look, I understand, you don't want to, if you get stopped there at midfield on 4th down and they got a short field, but it's kind of like you gave them a long field last time and you couldn't stop them.
Right, exactly.
Why run that play on 3rd and 17 if you're in 1-down territory? That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Now, good, they've played the field position battle, but
sure, they got to go 92 yards,
right.
But still,
right.
Again, nothing about
right.
the way this game has gone thus far makes me think that Georgia can't go 92
yep.
yards, but maybe you've got faith in your defense that they're going to be able to settle down and
real quick, it's first, just try to get people it's 1st and 10, 14-13 left. Georgia's about to snap the ball, going in motion right now. Just going to run it, little quick run. TCU's on it, 2-yard gain.
All right. Good
So
start.
now I'm going to bring up 2nd and 8. We're at the 14:05 mark of the second quarter for those who need to try to cue and time things up here. So I'm curious to see how aggressive Georgia's going to be here on 2nd and 3rd down. That's going to be very, very interesting.
Does he have a neck roll?
Yeah, underneath the pads, man. I don't see those very often.
Yeah, can I say I love that? Say it.
Only a receiver from the triple option would say that. Back in 12 personnel, got double wing there. Little bootleg. Oh, nice play call.
Bam.
Brock Bowers. How do you lose Brock Bowers across the field? Goodness gracious.
That flood, just a basic flood concept. Yep. That's all that is. A boot with a flood.
Now, 1st and 10. Layers. You're at the 13:20 mark of the second quarter. Yeah. It's a little bootleg. Corners playing in trail. You got 3 guys running with Darnell Washington. Somebody lost their zone on that one.
Nothing special about that play call or play design.
It's a nice, good, solid 2nd down play call.
No, absolutely. But
another play action pass, taking another shot down the field. Brock Bowers open. Yep. They just don't know how to handle this right now, Vince. And they just don't know. They don't know how to handle this. So let's see what they ran there. Wow. I don't know how you're turning that guy loose. He was number 3 in a wing, and they just ran a double post wheel. They went right back and gave them what TCU gave to them. They just did it off double post quick action instead of solo post action.
If Stetson Bennett leads him, that's a touchdown.
It's a touchdown.
It's a touchdown because 6 is never catching him.
Yeah. Vince, that's why I say you have to have post-snap stuff like post-snap switches like that as part of your repertoire. Have to. It's just it makes the defense communicate more post-snap. And when you can do that, you can create mistakes like this. This is 2 well-coached championship teams, and they've both had multiple blown coverages so far in this game. TCU more than Georgia. And it's because you're doing stuff like they were both on all these blown coverages were off of things where you force the defense to make tough decisions on multiple players. Little 3-by-1 at the 11:47 mark. Second and 10. Just a little back shoulder. Great coverage. They better not call a flag on that. That looked like great coverage.
Plus, it was out of bounds. I mean,
that's the Thorpe Award winner. Yeah, getting a little handsy there, both of them. But yeah, that's why you got to let it go. So I'll take that. So 3rd and 10 here, Vince. TCU with a shot to make a stop here.
This is big.
3rd and 10 at the 11:41 mark of the second quarter. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Ball's to the 46. So to me, if they can get close to the to the 35. The ball's at the 46. If they get close, like the 37, 38, make it like 4th and 2 or 3, I could see Georgia going for it right now.
Look at Stetson Bennett changing the play.
Going empty. Oh, they just missed him. Just took a bad angle. He's going to pick up the first down. Just how do you see this all the time from defensive players? Don't run right at the quarterback.
Right.
You don't run at the front shoulder. You don't run right at his number. You run at the back. You run at his throwing arm. I don't know how blitzers make this mistake constantly.
Every time.
If you run on my upfield shoulder, I can do exactly that. I can spin out on you. That's just poor execution. Great play call by Gillespie. Poor execution.
That was your chance to get him off the field.
Huge missed opportunity.
Could have gotten him off the field.
Huge opportunity, Vince. So now at the 11-minute mark, play clock's down to 5. 1st and 10. I mean, they're shutting down the run right now, Vince, but they can't stop. They can't do both. That's the thing. They can't do both. Their D-line's getting really good penetration. Really good penetration. And the linebackers are attacking hard. They can't stop that and stop the stuff Monken's doing in the pass game. So, I mean, yeah, he's got him, dude. You just play the upfield shoulder.
Oh, brutal.
Play the upfield shoulder.
And they're playing man-to-man behind it, so they're just running
so once
away.
he clears, man, it's over.
Yeah.
Somebody said, who thinks Stetson Bennett will be a bust in the NFL? He won't be a bust because he won't be picked very high.
Right, exactly. That's not a bust. That's just you are who you are.
Man, they're just stealing easy yards right now. Just take the little slot check down, running back slide.
First down or darn close to it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Little unbalanced there, Vince. Went trips left with tight end over, Y over.
Little king queen.
Yep. Just a little ran inside zone there.
That's called window dressing. That's what that is. That's window dressing when you just want to run the football.
Yeah. Well, and what you do there too is by going with that trips overload is you're widening out the backside lane and you're still keeping that extra edge blocker that you need backside on a read zone it's on a zone since they were clearly not reading that. So if the overhang squeezes in, you can pull and throw the RPO out, and if he stays out, then you just hand it off. Now they're in a little 11. They were in 12 personnel, but they put Brock Bowers in the backfield just running the outside zone. Now they're running the ball on him.
They're just chasing.
Yep.
Oh, jeez. He ran over 13 cameramen.
Well, I tell you what, the linebackers are for TCU on the outside linebackers and alley players are not doing a whole lot for them right now.
They're just a step slow.
Yeah. Well, and they're just taking bad angles
are, which makes them slower.
Right. Ooh, that dude just got planted.
Yeah, I got a knee to the head, knee to the side.
Just tell Angela, don't be on the ground when you're doing, when you're shooting games. I've never understood photographers being on the ground.
Oh, the problem with the national.
Oh Lord,
Jeez,
that's
almighty.
Good Lord. TCU's
Dylan.
defense is getting straight worked. What are they doing? They're running a double pull and nobody's going outside for TCU. Do you see this, Vince?
That was embarrassing.
They ran a double outside pull and nobody with TCU flowed to the ball.
There was nobody to block. Look at these guys. There's nobody to block.
What is the outside? What is the stack backer to the strong side? What's that Sam doing, Vince? He literally allows himself to get sealed inside.
Yes, he did. He didn't even move.
No.
He did a couple of hop steps.
No.
Because he thought he was still at Navy playing the triple option.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Yeah, that was bad.
You and I could have run that one in, and that's it.
I know. Seriously, Jack Cohn would have walked in on that one, buddy. Like, that was bad.
And we would have been praising Tommy Reese for the play call because nobody would have expected Jack Cohn to run.
Gosh.
The difference is Stetson Bennett will run the football.
Yeah.
Like, oh my goodness.
My gosh.
That was bad, dude. That was a 92-yard drive.
That was brutal. Yeah, but see this, Vince, this is exactly my point. Going back to the previous series, Georgia's playing for keeps in this game.
Yeah.
And TCU is not. Right? Like, you've got it now 4th and 6 in Georgia territory. You're getting worked You have not stopped. You have not come close to stopping Georgia once all night. Why are you punting the ball in Georgia territory?
You have
Down
to take
17-7.
Take chances. Like,
Yeah.
what you want to make them go 92 yards instead of 54? Like, come
Yeah.
on, man. Like, take a
Yeah.
chance.
I mean, that's what I didn't like about it. Like, if it's 10-7, no, I'm not doing that.
Right.
But it's 17-7, and you just started you haven't even started the third quarter yet, and you have not stopped them once.
Right. I was going to say, I know I've belabored this point, but every time Georgia's had the football, they've scored.
Yeah.
So,
and you haven't even come close to stopping them yet. I mean, they're
Right.
converting third and longs, third and shorts. They're, it's just you haven't come close to stopping them yet. There's no question about it.
Oh, my goodness.
No question about it.
I'm a little disappointed right now. I'm not going to lie to you, Brian.
Yeah, I thought TCU be better prepared for this defensively.
Me too.
I mean, this is a good coaching job by Georgia. Don't get me wrong, but man, TCU just looks like
But they're just
their
not even-
defensive players just don't know what they're doing.
And like you said, there are a couple of business decisions being made, I think. And I mean, maybe
DC
consciously
receivers,
or subconsciously, I don't know, but
yeah,
maybe
that, or they're soft. Maybe.
Gosh, but they didn't play soft against Michigan.
I didn't pay close enough attention to how well their receivers blocked in that game. To be honest
That's
with you,
fair.
Since I was flying out that day.
I guess I'm saying more in general.
Yeah,
Like,
well, it's the receivers that
Yeah.
right now we're just playing soft. The defensive players just don't look like they know what they're doing.
Yeah, they look confused.
Yeah,
We know-
I mean, they're
we know
just
what that looks like.
Georgia's throwing so much at them. It's just
We know what a confused
Yikes.
defense looks like.
yeah, that's well played.
Sorry.
It's all good.
Wonder if you're going to pick up on that.
It took me a minute, but yeah, well played.
Yeah.
Well
Sometimes-
played.
Sometimes they're just right out there for you. You know?
Yeah, just really easy for you. I get it. I get it. I get it.
Well, I hope I'm very hopeful that TCU could get something going here offensively.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
Because look,
man.
you're a score, a stop, and a score away from being back in it, right? Like it's way too early for them to feel like it's over. But this is going to be hard to come back from. Yeah. It'd be one thing if TCU was up 24-7. I'd be like, hey, you don't count out the champs just yet. But
TCU hasn't given us anything.
Flat.
They haven't given us anything to think that they shouldn't be counted out.
Right.
I guess is the best way to put it.
Right.
I mean, they had the one drive where they scored off of a big play, right? I mean, that's really what it was. And after that, they just really haven't done a whole lot offensively. I think they're coaching a
their
little
special
scared.
teams looks. Yeah, I mean, they're just. I mean, they do not look like a team that is prepared to be here.
Like Georgia's not even afraid to kick it in the field of play.
Yeah,
I mean,
against a pretty dynamic kick returner.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's getting a little bit ugly for the old Horned Frogs there, Vince.
Yeah, and I was afraid
just looking
this
at the
would happen,
sideline
but-
just there on the Skycast. I mean, they're just kind of there. There's nobody like, hey, let's go, let's get this thing. Just like, man, we're getting worked.
Yeah,
it's disappointing. They're starting to look. They're like, oh, did they forget that they were a Big 12 team? Oh, wait a minute, we're a Big 12 team. We're not supposed to be competitive in the postseason.
Somebody said Alabama 2012. There's a little bit of that feeling. A little bit.
Defensively, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I mean, the
doubt.
championship game, I should say.
I know what you meant.
Yeah.
I know what you meant.
Right,
Yeah.
right,
Defense. No, I'm saying
Woo!
defensively, Georgia, TCU's defense looks like Notre Dame's defense did in that game.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just always a step behind, not sure what's coming. Yeah. But I'll tell you what, this is a heck of a game plan. Heck of a game plan for me by Georgia. I mean, Todd Monken has done some putting in work in this game.
No doubt. No doubt.
Absolutely putting in work.
Where are the I'm gonna throw one at you here. Do you know where the CFP games are next year?
Yeah, we were talking about that in a show the other day.
Look at that.
I just got to remember where it is. 2023 football playoffs. All right, let's see here. All right.
And that's what always confuses me. Is it
Yeah,
the
so
22
right.
or the
So next
23?
year it is going to be 2023. Let me see here. Semifinals will be the Sugar Bowl and the Rose Bowl,
Okay.
and the championship game will be in Houston.
Oh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Houston.
Yep.
Huh.
Yep.
Interesting. All right. So
Mhm.
New Orleans, Pasadena,
Mm-hmm.
and Houston.
Yep.
All right.
I'm not gonna lie to you, man. I've told you, Vince. Barring a lot of things changing, I don't ever anticipate or desire to step foot in state of California again. But if Notre Dame's
I
playing
was
in the
gonna
Rose
say.
Bowl,
I was just gonna say that's got to be a
I'm sucking it
caveat.
up.
That's got to
I'm
be a
sucking it
caveat,
up.
right?
Yep, I'm sucking it up. Yeah, no
Yeah,
doubt.
agreed.
No doubt. All right, so
Agreed.
getting ready to line it up at the 8:26 mark, 1st and 10. Referee is spotting the ball because people have asked to get a mark. So now they're going empty on 1st and 10. Georgia bringing 4.
Giving up on that run game.
Yep. He is lost, Vince. He doesn't know where he's going.
No.
He's going through his reads so quickly. He's not able to. He's going away before guys come open.
And then when he runs the ball, when he scrambles, he runs right into blockers.
Yeah.
I mean,
And look at the receivers just not working to get open. Those two outside guys. It's just, ugh. Yeah, this is not good.
Oh my gosh! And he had the guy coming over the middle.
Yeah,
Just didn't throw it.
it's another stretch. Yeah, I call this stretch because of the pistol look. Vince is why I call it stretch, but it's outside zone. But it's stretching as opposed to outside zone.
Well, the run game, well, they just got called for holding. But I was going to say the run game is still effective. Like, don't abandon the run game just yet. But then they get a hold, and it's going to be back.
Who'd they say held? I don't see any hold. Okay, right there. Yeah,
there. Yeah,
that's just laziness because you're holding him.
He didn't move his feet. Move his feet.
Dylan, you down there?
Whoa.
Yeah, just unnecessary. Ugh. Blew that play, so now it's 2nd and 15. And see what they can do here. Play action, little slide. Let's get some easy yards there. Man, they don't. It's like those receivers don't want contact.
He busted out of there quick.
Yeah. Yeah. So now you're what, 3rd and what about 8? How much do they get? 3rd and 7? Okay.
Yep. 3rd and 7. We're at the 7-minute mark right now.
Yep.
In case anybody wanted to know.
Let's see what they got here. All right. Quentin Johnson in the slot. See what they can do something here.
They are playing off. Holy smokes. You got to be. That's a pre-snap
taking a
read.
shot. Not even close.
He just threw that. He just threw
look,
it.
It's 3rd and 7. It's a punt, but still, it's like, dude.
Yeah, but
put
if
it
he
on him.
Doesn't overthrow it. It's a catch. Like
Put
it's
it
a
on
wide
him,
open. He's wide open. Why are you overthrowing
Yeah,
him? I don't
watch this. So
understand.
they had Quentin Johnson in the slot. They were trying to get him matched up against a safety. Right? They got the look up there. They got the look they're going for. Okay, that guy's squatting, so you know you're throwing deep. Just put it on him. There's no need to sail that ball like that. Just if you put it on, that safety has no chance. And if anything, Vince, if you go back and look at that, the way that is set up, let me see that again. I want to make sure I see that again. If you put this on him, over top, like this ball event should be thrown on the backside hash over top because that other safety had come down. So if you go back and look at this, that other safety had come down. Both safeties had come down. If he bangs this thing up on the backside hash, like where you're supposed to, put it on him right up on the backside hash. Quentin Johnson catches that and he scores. He had that safety because both safeties squatted. Because there was kind of like a 3 safety look. They were basically playing man. The backside safety squats on the hitch on the stop route. Johnson's coming on a post route. You had it exactly how you wanted it. Yep. Exactly how you wanted it. The read is there. You had your best receiver, your 1st-round draft pick receiver, has got that safety 10 yards behind him. If you put that sucker on the backside, the left hash, so the backside from where he was, so the front hash based on where he was running to, and just put it on him, dude, he's catching and running that. It's a touchdown. It's 24-14. Like, this is what we said before the game. Max Duggan has not been good their last couple games, and he is not good tonight. He is not good tonight. It's brutal.
That was hard to watch because he was wide open. I mean, he was wide open.
Yep. Man, that was bad, man, because you had what you wanted. You had what you wanted. You had to look, and now they're just right back down the field. Just brutal.
Mm-hmm.
Brutal.
2nd and 1.
5:08. Yeah, nice little stop.
I mean, the run game, they're actually doing pretty good in the run game. The only thing they've really gotten is when they hand the ball to Bowers.
They had a couple outside zones that were okay, and then Stetson Bennett's been good.
Yeah,
I mean, his
he
runs,
has been.
But yeah, running back runs have just been a couple runs here and there, but yeah, Vince, they're stopping it for the most part. Little now screen, just getting the ball out quick, man. Stealing yards. Yep. Oh man. Somebody asked, are we going to see more games like this with an 8-team playoff? First of all, they're going to a 12-team playoff. Second of all, yes, we will.
You will.
Yeah.
The early ones. I mean, I don't know that it'll be
and second round games. The quarters too, Vince, because there's going to be an upset or two.
Sure.
And then those teams that pull off up. So you're going to have like a 9, 10, 11 seed get stacked up against the top 4 seed in the quarters, and it's going to get ugly.
Right. You're not wrong.
Games,
yeah.
Now they're ripping them up a little bit. Yeah, TCU's about to quit. This is bad.
Dude, did you see the corner number 1? Like, watch him at the end of this run. Watch this. Yeah. Watch this. He's like, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
Like, he didn't want to have anything to do with that.
I'm about to be a high draft pick.
He wanted nothing to do with that tackle. Nothing.
Like you said, man. I already said it as well. There's some of the better players for TCU tonight are making business decisions.
Oh my goodness.
It's
looking a little bit like a well, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say it looks like a Pro Bowl, but like there's some guys that are like, ole, like hey, come on.
And Max Duggan was a great story, but he's not a great quarterback. This is what we said earlier. Like, Max Duggan was at the Heisman ceremony because he was the quarterback on a playoff team. Right. He was the third best offensive player behind Quentin Johnston and Kendra Miller.
Oh yeah,
simple as that. Not having Kendra Miller hurt them tonight, but it's not having anything to do with this.
No,
I mean, their defense is just yeah. Just not the same pursuit to the ball,
right?
That you see with the Georgia. And I'm not talking about speed and all that. It's just you're just not seeing the same flow. I do like Georgia's red. I'm not gonna lie to you. I've always liked their red. The red of
I just don't like red. Period. I don't know what it is. Just any shade of red gets on my nerves.
Yeah, I like theirs. I also like that they do it with the gray like that.
Yeah, I do like the gray. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Alex Martinez says, so if we're going to see more games like this, what is the point of expanding the playoffs? You're under the impression that they give a rip about the quality of the football with an expanded playoff.
They
do not care. They don't care about, we want to give more teams a chance to compete for a championship. They don't care about any of that. They care about making money.
Right.
And I think ESPN wants to get away with the bowl system because they don't want to have to pay for it. And it's a lot better for them to only have those games.
Right. Yeah. I mean, again, and we've said it a million times as well, that it's all about the money. That's all they care about. They, they can say that they care about player safety. They can
No,
say,
they don't.
But no, they don't. They're not. They're
If they were
adding
doing
more
that, they wouldn't be
games.
expanding. Exactly.
They're adding more games. You can
and
say,
taking
oh,
away the breaks that they had.
they're student
right?
athletes. Well, then why are they playing games when they're supposed to be taking finals? Like,
Right.
it just no. They don't care.
Yeah.
They want to make money.
Look at this. TCU's guys don't want to tackle.
That guy's going to get drafted in a second.
Oh my gosh. Look at this. It's a nice read. See, that's that ball earlier that Dugan wouldn't make to Quentin Johnson.
That's a window right there. Look at that.
Yes, but he throws that ball like right. So when he throws that ball, so I'm trying to think, is it number 6? Number 6 is still inside of Brock Bowers, but he throws it into the opening because he knows where he's going to go.
Right. It's anticipation.
Right. And Max Dugan had that same exact play to Quentin Johnson earlier on 3rd down, and he would not throw it.
It was more open, by the way, than what that was right there.
Bingo.
It was.
Yep. 100%. 100%, Vince. So that's one of the, it's not the only difference, but that's a big difference in this game because TCU had chances.
It's a comparable difference.
Yes.
Though. Like it's a
First drive.
this is this same play, different result. Like that's
missed an open guy on a rollout. Stetson Bennett's hitting them. It's 24/7. You're getting worked, but you get a chance on 3rd down. You get the play design you need. You get the defense does exactly what you want. Quentin Johnson's about to torch a safety for a 70-yard touchdown, and your quarterback throws a pick. You're right there, man.
Right.
You're right there with those chances to where you could be in the game to where then if Georgia eventually makes a mistake, you can take advantage. But Stetson is not missing on those throws. Right. He's hitting those throws. He's taking advantage of the fact that he's a veteran guy.
Mm-hmm.
Very veteran guy.
Who knows what he's seeing. He trusts his eyes, and he's willing to make the throws.
The same age as Lamar Jackson is right now. And I'm saying that to kind of joke, but also to be like,
to give an idea, though.
He's also been in this before. He's been in these moments before, and he's not routed at all by what he's saying.
Right.
So, yeah. And
Absolutely.
Max Dugan is not making those plays right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not trying to bang on him too quick. That kid gave you everything he had this year. He's just not that good of a quarterback, to be honest with you, if we're going to be real. So,
and if this is going to sound like I'm banging Stetson Bennett, but Stetson Bennett's best quarterback on the field right now.
Yep.
And, that shouldn't really be the case ever at high college football, high level college football. Just shouldn't. And I'm not saying he's not a good quarterback, and he's not a good quarterback for Georgia, because he is, but he should never be the best quarterback on the field. And he is tonight.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. I don't know what's going on. The TV's going crazy.
Uh-oh.
It's not mine. It's the ESPN's thing.
I say that's not good.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. It started going a little weird. Yeah. Yeah. Somebody asked if I think Max Dugan returns. I have no idea. I don't know if he's going to be guaranteed the starting job next year.
Right. I know Stetson Bennett balled out. I get it, but he's not a talented quarterback. He's not a high-level talented quarterback. Right. That's the point that I'm making.
Right. Yeah, he definitely
played. Point that I'm making.
He's not Trevor Lawrence. He's not Deshaun Watson. Right. He's not that guy.
Now he can make a lot of money as a clipboard holder in the NFL because he's a smart guy. He's going to battle his butt off for you. No doubt about it. But
he's Chase Daniel in the NFL.
Exactly. And Chase Daniel
for college. But this is the thing we've talked about too, is if you put a good enough weapons around a quarterback, he doesn't have to be Joe Burrow.
Right.
He doesn't have to be Trevor Lawrence. It's run the offense, play with confidence, be accurate, be a good decision maker. Because that's not a hard throw right there physically. The throw he just made is not a hard read. Oh my gosh. The throw to Brock Bowers is not a real hard throw physically.
Right.
But it's not an easy throw to make mentally and from a confidence standpoint. You've got to have supreme confidence in yourself, your system, and your players to get that ball out. And that's what he's doing.
Yeah.
He's using every bit of experience that he has, and it's working for him. It really is. Boy, look, that building dwarfs the Forum. Good night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's massive.
Yep.
Somehow you got way behind where I was.
Huh?
Somehow you got way behind.
What do you mean? They
Nope,
just
never
got a
mind.
ball. They're just
Now we're
first to
good.
goal at the 1, right?
Now we're good.
Oh, with that other. Yeah, sorry. I see what you're saying now.
The only one I've got it on my TV, but I've also got it now on yours, and never mind. Well, behind the scenes. But they're literally 7 to 8 inches away from scoring here, and they've got
first
4
and
downs
goal
to do it. So,
Yep.
is there a timeout? TCU must have taken a timeout.
I'm not sure.
I didn't see anybody call for
Yeah.
one, but I wasn't. No, of course they go to commercial because
Yeah.
Anyway, I mean, this is what is it? 24-7 right now. It's about to be 30. Yeah. About to be 31-7.
Yep. And imagine this team beat Michigan. This team hung a 51 spot on Michigan.
Well, and so the funny part for me is everybody's like, well, this would be even better if Michigan was taking a butt whooping. No, it wouldn't, because that means they won last week.
Yeah.
And that is not better.
That's right.
At all.
Yeah. Yep.
At
Absolutely.
all. I don't want them to have anything positive to come out of being in the CFP. Okay.
Yeah.
And they could be like, well, we won we were in the champion. No, nothing positive. You get nothing.
Yeah.
but it is still very embarrassing for Michigan. Yes, I agree with you.
Yep.
But this is not the same TCU team that played Michigan either. Like, they actually believe they could win that game. And I don't know that just based on the way they're playing right now, I don't know if anybody on that team believed that they could beat Georgia.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, they played like they were going to beat Michigan. I mean, they played hard, fast. Like, we didn't see any of this like Olay tackling and just a completely different team than I saw last week. Completely different.
When they got that big stop early, that helped them as well.
Right.
I think that helped as well. No doubt. So, hey, here's what we're going to do, folks. So, I'm sorry, we are not going to hang around for the entire second half of this game.
Thank God.
But unless, like, they get a fumble, scoop, and score right here, okay?
Hey, crazier things have happened.
This is true. So what we'll do is we'll hang around during halftime, and we'll answer questions. So we'll do like a little impromptu mailbag. So we'll do like a Notre Dame national championship game kind of mailbag, right? And then answer the questions you guys have, and then after when the game gets back on in the second half, we'll go from there. So I'm not going to go back through the chat and find questions. So if you guys want to start throwing in some questions now for us to discuss, we'll discuss them here as we end up and then kind of go into halftime. So feel free to bring those things up, and when we get to halftime, we'll bring those up. So I'll give you guys a few minutes to get some of those questions in there, because honestly, I don't feel like talking for another hour and a half about a game that's about to be 31-7 at halftime.
Right?
And Georgia starts with the ball in the second half.
Yeah, I was just going to ask you that. I thought that's what the case was, but I couldn't remember.
But here's the thing, Vince, and you see on this mess. Oh, this is all about recruiting and talent. Like no one's ever said talent doesn't matter, right?
It does.
But here's the thing where Georgia's not getting enough credit now, and where Bama didn't used to get enough credit back in the day, is this is a really well coached football team as well. This isn't just a bunch of 5 stars being better,
right?
Athletically. This is a bunch of talented players. Because again, the guy that's been the most impactful player in the field right now is a 2-star, Stetson Bennett.
Yeah.
What it is yes, you have talent, but you are a really well coached football team.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing is that Georgia does not get enough credit for Kirby. And Kirby's a guy that I used to really criticize for he wasn't a good game day coach, but he's evolved and gotten better and better and better. And his teams are so much better prepared for games, and they do a really nice job of counterpunching in games really well. And they don't need to wait till halftime to do it.
Right.
So really, really well done here. Really, really well done here.
I mean, they're dominating every facet of the game.
Right.
I mean, that's the bottom line here. They're dominating the trenches. They're dominating from a coaching standpoint. They're dominating.
Yeah, no question.
No
question. Yeah. What's funny is people talking about how good Georgia's defensive secondary looks. I don't think their secondary looks good at all. I mean, they've had guys wide open in this game. The quarterback's not getting the ball out. He's saying their secondary looks good. I'm telling you, on that last interception, that should have been a 70-yard touchdown. A good quarterback if Stetson Bennett is TCU's quarterback, that's a 70-yard touchdown.
Absolutely.
So I don't think Georgia's secondary looks that good, and they haven't been that good all season. It's just their quarterback's not making plays. They've had plenty of opportunities to make plays in this game. They're just not making those plays. So that's going to be a really interesting aspect of that. Is there an Alabama fan in here seriously trying to say that Alabama should be in this game? Is that seriously what I'm saying down there with Leslie?
I think maybe, yeah.
Come on now.
But they lost. Lost by 2,
serious.
but they lost. So it is what it is.
Come on now. Let's be serious. You got to love those Bama fans, man. They are consistently this way.
Hey,
like they could go 8-4.
Yeah,
but we still have this or that or the other thing right here. Here's the thought: beat Brian Kelly, and you're in the championship game. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Don't get out coached by Brian Kelly, and you're in the championship game. There you go. So, is they going to call a hold there? It's a lot of running to be pinned inside the 20.
Yeah, it was.
We don't know if TCU is ready to quit if they don't try to do something here. Like if they try to run it out, and I'm cool with Leslie. She's being respectful.
I was gonna say, at least
I'm having
Leslie's
fun. We're having some fun
with
it.
it.
It's all good. It's all good.
Hey, isn't that that's your guy right there?
Who's my guy? Who's
Saban?
Saban?
Wasn't he up
there?
there?
You know they were going to have him on there.
He's going to be up there at halftime.
Yeah.
So you'll get your Alabama fix.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's up there.
See what they do here,
cursing himself and.
How did we lose to freaking LSU? Are you kidding me?
We lost to Brian Kelly.
Seriously. There you go. Nice little 2-yard gain to start your drive. That'll get her going.
Yeah, with a minute to go. It's good. It's quality.
Yeah. Jim, I got your question about the Georgia secondary. I just don't necessarily agree with it.
I mean, he's talking about the speed and
I think it's more about TCU playing slow tonight. I don't. Come on, Max. Seriously, dude, this guy is so overwhelmed right now mentally.
Yeah.
He is just not ready for this game.
If you want to see speed in the secondary, how about watch Notre Dame against Clemson and what they did to Clemson's side to side offense that they wanted to run. They rallied to the football just fine.
I mean, Vince, he's got the slide wide open on this. He just look at that. Throw the ball.
He's also got the corner route open. You see that at the top?
There was the corner route might have been a little tougher just because of the way that guy was playing.
Throw the ball somewhere, man.
Yeah, because that corner is trying to bait him into throwing a corner route. That's why the slide's open. Then you put yourself in 3rd and 2. And that's the whole point. I mean, that's the frustrating thing. It's like there's stuff open all night long. Did Kirby call timeout? That's a savage move, and I have no problem with it. It's first half of a game, man. I am never calling the dogs off in the first half of a championship game, ever.
No, gosh, it's a championship.
For a team that has over 20 plays of 50-plus yards this year, they're 3 plays away from being back in this game. 100%.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, I like that. I got no beef with that.
No, it's the first quarter. I mean, it's the first half. You can't be mad at somebody for going for the jugular in the first half.
None at all.
And I won't be.
Got no beef with that.
Sorry.
See what Max does here.
It's not Georgia's fault. This is who they're playing. And
this
is how they're
pick again.
Picked them off.
That's why you do it.
Absolutely. At the very least, you're going to get the field goal
Dugan
here.
is so not ready for this game.
Is that his mom?
Yeah. Yeah, looks like I undersold it, Vince. I said 41-24. I thought they'd at least be able to make a couple plays here.
Man.
So, hey, we only got about 9 questions so far. So if you guys have some halftime questions, seriously, go ahead and throw them in there now. We're going to talk during halftime, and then we'll
the receiver stopped running. Did you see that? 11 stopped running.
TCU's offense is not ready for this game.
11 stopped running.
Have you seen them play hard yet this game?
No.
Vince?
I haven't, but it's yes, that's not a good throw by Duggan.
Terrible throw.
No doubt. But your receiver at least has to keep running.
Yeah. They have not played hard the whole game, Vince. They have not played hard the whole game. They just ran seams. Nice play there by the DB.
That was a really nice play. That's the kid who broke up the ball to Washington too. on the goal line.
That was a good ball, actually. It just really even better play by the defense. Not a great ball, but a good ball. It's where you wanted to be. Lead him a little bit more, maybe.
Lead him a little more, but I still think the DB makes the play because he's right there. Look at that.
Can't lead him too much though, because you see that other safety's playing Brock Bowers right there. So, I'm gonna do something with McConkey here. They played it. A little fade route. Bam. Did he catch that?
Somebody did, and it was not TCU.
I thought the TCU guy kind of had it.
They're going to discuss it.
I love the aggressiveness.
Oh, me too. You got two. You run two plays, and they were both to the end zone. Both of them.
That was a nice ball, but that's a touchdown.
Yeah,
that's an even better catch. That's a heck of a play.
Catch. He caught it with one arm.
Yeah. That was a heck of a play, man. They're really trying to get this live thing going, aren't they, man? Yeah, that's a touchdown. He took that from him afterwards.
Goodness gracious, this is gonna be 38.
Yeah, it's nothing like the Notre Dame game. This was way worse. This is way worse than that.
I mean, it really looks like TCU just doesn't even want to be there.
Yeah.
As a team. I can't speak for all the kids, but it's just not a good showing.
No, it's not. It's not. Goodness gracious. Well, hey, let's get some of those questions in now. So we're gonna get into these things here now as we get ready for this. We got 11 questions started so far. If you guys want to ask some more, he said this championship game is so bad. Entering 2012.
Oh no,
dude, this has gone past 2000.
There's to say they're not entering. They've been there.
Right. Like, wasn't it 28-7 in 2012? Let me see here. I'm gonna look. I think it was 28-7. It's about to be what the Notre Dame game was at halftime. The final score of the Notre Dame game is about to be what it is at halftime.
Because it was like 42 to something, wasn't it?
It's 42-14, right?
Yeah. Okay.
I think it was 28-7 at halftime. Let me see here. Let me pull that box score up. It was 28-0 at halftime. So yes, 28-point spread compared to a 31-point spread. I'm not great at math, but I'm pretty sure that was worse. I'm pretty sure that was worse. Yes. Yeah. And Notre Dame played hard that game. Bama was just way better. TCU's not even playing hard. That's the disappointing thing is they're not even playing with a lot of fire right now as a team.
Like you said, a lot of business decisions being made.
So overwhelmed.
Which is not okay.
So, you know what? I like him taking that out right there.
Oh, I have no problem with taking it out.
You got a better shot at returning a kick there than you do scoring on offense.
Yeah. And he got 1 yard more than he would have if he downed it. So,
yeah.
Good job.
Yep.
Way too early, top 10. Are we gonna entertain that?
Oh, I mean, we can talk about it. I mean, just kind of spitball it off. I mean, I'd have to, again, as long as you all understand that when you ask these questions, like in a mailbag, that we're just kind of going off on the top of our heads. We haven't pre-studied who our top.
Don't bring it back to us in September. Be like, you said in January.
Right.
These Georgia guys going down and making us watch more of this game. It's just mean.
Yes.
It's cruel and unusual punishment for us.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's not nice. It is not nice. You know, so Vince, let me see here. Somebody said, did TCU hire BK as a consultant for the title game?
Ouch.
Oh my goodness. All right, so let's get into some of these questions, Vince, and we'll answer some more here as we go through it. So, Milton Fan asks, Brian, you think Hartman brings the same type of confidence that Stetson Bennett does? I mean, and then he asks it this way: confidence, experience. Yes, he does. He's not as old, but he's played a lot more football than Stetson Bennett. Confidence. I mean, look, I can't know the answer to that question. I think Sam Hartman plays for a lot of confidence in the games that he has played in. But if we're being honest, the magnitude of games he's played in at Wake Forest is not going to be like the magnitude of games he's played in Notre Dame.
Right.
Right. And so anyone, I mean, you can say whatever you want, but the reality is I don't know how a guy is going to handle being the quarterback at Notre Dame until he is the quarterback at Notre Dame.
Right.
That's the reality of it. That's the reality. So, Sean, you getting up in here now? Sean, you want a piece of this action now?
What's up, fellas?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm sorry. Let me cut this down.
See, Sean's listening to me.
I had you guys. I had a business call I had to take, man.
All good,
and I
buddy.
had you guys in the background the whole time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty painful. I thought you guys did a pretty good job there.
Yeah.
At first. You know what, Brian? No, go ahead. Answer the question. We got
we've go for it. We've talked, John. I've been talking for 2 hours and 5 minutes and 27 seconds. So
okay, let me talk to Vince then, because I haven't talked to Vince today.
Okay.
Vince, I know you guys compared this to like the Alabama Notre Dame game, but I think we
didn't. People in the chat did.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's amazing to me that we talked about this earlier, Vince. I was like, yo, if Georgia plays their A game, like TCU doesn't have a chance.
Sure.
Right. And what I didn't mention is that TCU can't play the same game they played against Michigan.
Right.
Agreed.
You can't come out and make the silly mistakes you made with procedural penalties and get behind the sticks and, basically just giving 10 points away early and no. And then I think after a while, they started to realize coming back against this team is not coming back against Kansas State. This, and Brian, you kind of said it earlier, this ain't Michigan.
No.
This.
No.
So, I mean, for me, Vince, as a coach, when you look at that, and I think I heard you guys talking about it, when do you let go of the rope? When do you think they let go of the rope? Because they've obviously let go. You guys talked about the effort not being there.
From jump.
Yeah. So, you think it was from jump?
I think the first time
yeah.
they had some failure, right? I think it was part of that first series. There's a little jittery that first series. You miss a couple opportunities, and then they go right down in the score, and I think they just got rattled from that moment. Okay, this moment's for us.
Yeah.
You and I talked about that on the show earlier today, right? They needed some early success. So we said, I said this about the Michigan game. Said there's no way they're going to come from behind against Michigan the way they did from other teams. They needed to get out early and then hold on.
Yeah.
And it's even more so here. They needed to have the confidence, hey, we belong here.
Yeah.
And they are not getting it. They're not getting it.
Well, I guess go ahead, Vince. You were about to jump in.
No. I was just clearing my throat. I'm with you. If everything's being equal, both teams are playing their best game. Georgia's the better team. There's no doubt about it. I predicted a closer game because I figured Georgia would. I thought that they would take TCU a little bit lightly.
Yeah.
Deservedly so.
Yeah, I didn't think that
way
would
they're
happen.
Playing.
Yeah.
And I thought that TCU would rise to the occasion a little bit. I think they've been the underdog on numerous occasions, and they've been able to, in the big play capability and all these different things that I thought that they could take advantage of Georgia a little bit. Not that they were going to win, but it's just been, TCU has just looked shell-shocked pretty much the entire game.
Yeah.
Vince, for me, the only way that they would have come out of this game, the only way that TCU and Georgia would have played where Georgia overlooked TCU is if it was a semifinal game.
Yeah,
to me.
I get that.
It's a championship game. There's nothing to what are they overlooking them to?
Sure, no, right.
Spring ball? You know what I mean?
Might be more competitive.
They were going to be ready. Yeah, true. They were going to be ready for this one. And that's why TCU needed it. I talked about starting fast. Sean, you talked about how important it was for them to get some big plays. They had those opportunities, right?
Yeah.
Did you see the play on the interception? It was a 24-7. And they go Quentin Johnson to the right. They've got a safety kind of over the middle, backside, and then there's a backside overhang over top of the number 2 receiver to the backside. Then they got a field safety over top of Johnson. They run a stop route and a post route. Both safeties squat. Quentin Johnson's in front of the other safety. If that ball is thrown out to the left hash like it's supposed to, Quentin Johnson catches it and he runs in for a 70-some yard touchdown.
Kind of like what
was
kind of like the
The
Tyler
over
Buckner
route
play.
on the first. Oh yeah,
The
yeah.
Tyler Buckner to Braden Lindsey.
Yes.
You know what I mean? You lead
Correct.
him out there. You let him run away
That's
from
a
that
great
safety.
example, Vince. Is
Yeah.
let him run underneath that sucker.
Right. Let him run
And
away.
he's making that play. You
Yeah.
saw the same thing on the first drive when he was rolling to his right and he's got Quentin Johnson open. If he puts it right on him, maybe there's a chance for Quentin Johnson to catch it and run. At the very least, it's a 20, 25-yard gain.
Yeah.
And, this is the thing is, Sean, you and I talked about earlier, is they have to take advantage of those opportunities. They're going to have a chance, because what we also discussed is this is a really well-coached Georgia football team.
Absolutely.
And I don't think they get enough credit for that, because everybody, that's why recruiting matters. Okay, fine. There's some teams with a bunch of 5-stars that aren't this good. Bama's got more 5-stars than Georgia does. There's as many, but they're not coached as well, in my opinion, at the assistant level as well as the head coaching. Todd Monken coaches circles around Bill O'Brien. That's why just 2 years ago, Alabama looked so unstoppable on offense, because they were coached well. So I don't care about all the 5-stars. That's important. Talent matters.
It matters.
But you got to coach the talent. And Kirby has put a great staff together right now. And they're coaching the talent. Todd Monken, Vince, this is Sean's dude. Like every Saturday in the last couple months, when we're in a group chat together, Sean Davis is going off about the game plan that Todd Monken's put together. And he's legit right.
Brian, I'm telling you, man, it is not. Todd Monken doesn't have one of these super creative offenses. Right?
Gimmicky. It's not gimmicky. It's creative.
Brian,
it's not gimmicky.
Like first half, I saw him do the bind he put the Thorpe Award winner in out of 21 personnel.
Yeah.
Like
you talking about on that touchdown
on the touchdown to McConkey?
Yeah.
It's like, what do you do? Somebody's going to be open. Either the wheel's going to be open, the over's going to be open, or the seam's going to be open.
Yeah.
You go ahead and choose. They haven't given up. They've given up 2 sacks in like 7 games.
Sean, it wasn't just the design, but it was the decision to then, I think they were in a huddle, and then they quickly sprinted to the line and went.
Yes.
And caught TCU completely off guard. And you're in 21 personnel. You quickly do a jet motion here. You bring the other back this way.
Mm-hmm.
It was just a really well-designed play.
Well-designed play.
And it was called at the right time. And he's putting on a clinic right now. He's putting on a clinic. And with all due respect to TCU's offensive staff, they're calling some plays, getting dudes open now. It's just Georgia's guy, when those chances come, Vince, he's hitting them. Yeah. And TCU's guy isn't.
Right, exactly.
That's one of the big differences in this game.
Yep.
Is that right there?
They go 21 personnel. They come out in the same personnel and use the same action. And this time they hand it off to Brock Bowers on the sweep.
Yeah.
And he's around the corner. Yeah. And then they come back and they run to the outside. They run to the outside. And then all of a sudden, now last drive, Milton was banging them up the middle. It's just, it's crazy. It's almost like facing somebody that keeps you running along the baseline, back and forth, if you're a tennis player. And it's like, just when you think you got them figured out, here's something else. And the balance, or this is personnel. And you said something like this today, Vince. I'm interested in who can be the person for Tommy Rees schematically in a formation that can force other teams' defenses now to say, okay, what are we going to do? Are we going to go small? Are we going to go big? Like, okay, if they stay in 21 or 12 and this guy is split out, like, what are we doing? Right? Because I would have loved, of course, if I don't want to say it better. If Sam Hartman was here last year, then maybe we see some of. Then maybe
it's not meant in a disrespectful manner.
No, it's not.
It's just the truth.
I don't. And maybe
you're having a hard time saying it, Sean, because Drew is a good kid. It comes from it's just you don't want to say bad things about him, but the reality is it is what it is, man.
I just don't like. I don't like things coming across and people to take it a certain way. Because that's not what I'm saying. But I'm interested in seeing what Tommy can do now with personnel, seeing if he can take and diversify the 11, the 12 personnel, the 21 personnel.
21 is the one for me, Sean.
Yes. I agree.
You asked that question.
Yeah. 21 has to be the new 12, right? Yeah. I mean, it has to be for this. I feel like that's, from an effective standpoint, 12 personnel is very effective for the team that Notre Dame had. Okay. I feel like moving forward, 21 is the new 12. Like for me, I feel like you can
21 and 20.
Right.
both of
And
them.
that's fine. But
Yeah.
from a 2 running back standpoint, I think is going to be more effective for Notre Dame
Right.
than 12, than a
Yeah.
2 tight end standpoint.
And it's Diggs and Tyree as that second back.
Absolutely.
And then eventually Jeremiah Love, who eventually could be
that's
better than
fine.
all of them at it.
Yeah, that's
right?
fine.
Like Jadarian Price, same. Like that's you say who that guy is, Vince. That was that was a question, right?
Yeah.
It's that back that can be a receiving threat. But again, Sean, but that's the thing is like this is what I was saying earlier and during the preview section is there's not a stud for Georgia like in the pass game outside of Brock Bowers, in my opinion, who's making some plays. But my point is they're good everywhere.
Yeah.
That's the difference. Like there's no Quentin Johnston on their roster right now. At least it's playing. There's no Will Fuller. There's no Michael Floyd. There's no Devontae Smith. There's no guy like that. I'm sorry. Your best receiver is Lad McConkey. Come on now. Right. But they're so good everywhere that you don't just need who's the guy. So if you try to game plan to take Brock Bowers out, Darnell Washington can beat you. If you game plan to take that, McConkey and Brock Bowers out, then all the running backs will beat you. Or this other guy will beat you. And I think that's the thing where Notre Dame's got to get to, and that's where Notre Dame's been short a lot of years. Sean is they've had that one guy. Like Ohio State said, Will Fuller's not going to beat us. And Notre Dame didn't have anybody else that could step up and hurt him because CJ was not himself. That he played a series and was like he just checked out because he wasn't healthy. And Chris Brown's not taking that game over like that. Alize Mack wasn't as a freshman, wasn't taking Amir Carlos not taking that game over. So if you could take Will Fuller out, but I think back to the question for Milton fan though is you need the trigger man that can get the ball there because that's the thing is TCU has schemed up some. We're talking about how great Todd Monken is. I like what Garrett Riley's doing in this game.
Hey, really passive to me, in my opinion. Really passive, in my opinion.
What do you mean?
The way he started out the game.
Oh, yeah. But see, I think to me, though, Sean, I'll somewhat disagree because guys were getting open on that first series. Right? Like,
no, I'm not just – I'm talking about early in the game, period. Now, we can take series by series, but I thought he came back second, third series, and I think he looked at certain things like, dude, you're not going – that throwing the ball along – to the side on Georgia tonight, that's not working. That's not working. And it was obvious after the second time they did it and they only got 2 yards.
What
they
play are you talking about?
To it. They did it at least 4 times in the first half.
I'm just asking what you're talking about, Sean. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm asking
they were throwing quick screens.
Like the little now screens and stuff. Yeah, that wasn't
But I think they saw Ohio State was able to do it.
Well, and TCU's receivers weren't blocking for crap to start this game either.
But
my thing is that's a part of what they do. That's the RPO stuff. Georgia took the runaway. To me, you look early on, first series, you got Quentin Johnson open on an over route for what should have been a big play.
Yeah.
You come out your second series and you go right down the field and score. Like to me, if you go back and he's calling a good game.
Yeah.
There's one big difference in this game to me. Stetson Bennett is getting the ball where he needs to get to, and Max Duggan is not. And Sean, you and I talked about this in an earlier show. Max Duggan has not played well the last 2 games.
But you said Kirby was going to put it on his shoulder.
Yes, 100%. And he did. Because what did I say they were going to take away, Sean? They're going to take away the quick perimeters and the run game. That's what I said and showed it. Don't let him hit the screens. Don't let him run the football. Make him beat you down the field because he's not accurate. And that's exactly what's happening. Yeah. He's missing those open guys down the field. This is exactly what we talked about. Yeah. If I saw it on film, Kirby Smart saw it on film.
Heck yeah.
And so to me, that's the thing but that goes back to the original question. That to me is when the last 2 times Notre Dame was in the playoff, I didn't have faith that they had a quarterback that was going to be able to make those throws. I've said this to people, Sean, and I think you agree with me. I think we've talked about this. You go back and look at the game plan that Tommy Rees put together in the ACC championship game and the game plan he put together in the Rose Bowl against Alabama, and he was doing stuff to give his guys a chance to make plays.
Yeah.
But the trigger man wasn't getting the ball where it needed to get to. Mayer was coming open.
Yeah.
Javon McKinley was open.
Yeah.
I mean, Chris Tyree was open on a couple. I mean, there was guys coming open, and he wasn't. Ben Skoranek was open on a couple routes. I'm not saying they were wide open every play,
Yeah.
But you had enough chances to make some plays to make
Sure.
that again. You weren't probably going to win still.
I will honestly say, and I'm being honest, and I stay on Tommy because I feel like, yo, you have to be better, regardless of the quarterback situation. That first half against Clemson in the ACC championship game was probably the best wasted half of play calling he's ever had.
Yeah.
Because there should have been at least 21 points on the board for Notre Dame.
Yeah.
At least.
Wasted meaning like he
Oh,
was calling
the
good
way
stuff and the ball.
the
Yes,
stuff
exactly.
they had Clemson confused out of 12
Yeah.
personnel, 13 personnel. They just had Clemson
They got into Clemson
confused.
territory on each of their first three
These are
drives.
the first 3 drives.
Came away with
And
came away with 3 points.
yes, and had opportunities to score, but there were missed opportunities that were clearly on the quarterback. Like that, and you can't, when you have that situation, all you can do is just shake your head. And I think that's what we kind of end up doing this year, is just kind of shaking our head, like, because we
Right.
knew the situation and what it was.
Right.
So
Here's what I know, guys. Sam Hartman plays the game with a lot of confidence.
Sure.
But there's a difference between playing with confidence at Wake Forest in the games they've had to play and playing on this stage. I don't know how he's going to be on the stage. I have no clue. I didn't know how Stetson Bennett was going to be on the stage until last year, and he actually had to prove it. Right? There's been guys that are big-time players that get on this stage and they play well, and then there's guys that get on the stage who are big-time players who don't.
Yeah.
And so you really don't know. But if he can translate what he's done at Wake Forest, I think he'll be able to play. And another guy too, that whether it's 23 or beyond, these are the kind of moments where I think Tyler Buckner is going to be at his best. Just
absolutely.
What I think of that kid. Now he's got to clean up a lot of stuff, but that's kind of where I come from on that one. So, that's
I think Stetson Bennett, and I said this earlier. I said if Stetson Bennett plays well tonight, I didn't think TCU had a chance.
You said it. You said
and
it's worse than you said, Sean.
Yeah,
I mean, it's like you said.
I felt like they had to rattle him, and I think Ohio State got him a little flustered in the middle of that game in the semifinals, and that allowed them, with the way Stroud was playing, to pull ahead a little bit. That, for me, that was the way TCU was going to be able to pull ahead or either stay in the game. Find a way to fluster him a little bit. He's just dropping back, just picking whoever he wants to throw to.
Right.
On the second drive, when they ended up kicking the field goal, he missed Darnell Washington on a 5'10" DB on a fade. Like, just throw it up.
Yeah.
And he tried to sneak it in. It's like, that's the only mistake I've seen him really make tonight. They should have all touchdowns, really. But, there's no way. There's no way I saw this coming.
No.
I didn't. Because Vince, we didn't see TCU not showing up.
Well, yeah. I mean, look, the thing about TCU and every game I've watched of TCU, now I haven't watched all their games, but every game I've watched of TCU, they're always in it. They're always there to the end. Whether they deserve to be or not, they've always played hard and they've always been competitive at the very least. That's why I thought 13.5 was a little much.
Yeah.
Like, they're going to be inside of that. Come on. They're going to be scrappy. They're going to do things. They're going to hit a big play. They're going to, whatever they need to do to stay in the game, that's what they're going to do. Are they going to win? I don't think so. Yeah. But they're at least going to be in the game. That's why this is so surprising now, we're just watching. We can only go by what we see. So I'm not saying that they're quitting, but man, they're getting ready to tap out at this point.
I would probably say if I had to bookmark where, and I'm surprised that it was that. It was the drive. Help me out, guys. They cut it to 10-7, or they cut it to, I think it was 17-7, and then Georgia got the ball on the 8.
92 yards.
It was when it's when TCU. This is it, Sean.
Yeah.
It was TCU decided not to
Not
go
to
for
go
a 4th and 6 in Georgia territory.
Yes.
You have not stopped them the whole game.
Yes.
You want to give the ball back to them.
Yeah, Kirby Smart's been preaching aggressive attack and all that, and you want to give them the ball back when you haven't stopped them yet.
Right.
I mean, 10-7, do it. I got it. But 17-7, you haven't stopped them yet.
Go
This
for
is a
it.
title game, man. There is no tomorrow for you.
Mhm.
Yeah, because we talked
Mhm.
about that being
Yeah.
4-down territory. Like,
Absolutely.
because it was the third
Why
down
run
and
that
long.
play if it's not
Right.
4-down territory, 2-down
Exactly.
territory at the very
You
end?
threw it underneath.
That's where
Quickly threw it underneath.
a
Right.
coach's decision kind of steals the energy from his team.
Yeah.
That's
If
Sonny
Kirby
Dykes'
Smart is
decision.
in the same situation, Sean,
Yeah.
down 17-7, TCU has just been smoking him. There's
Absolutely.
no way in heck he punts the football right there.
No
In
chance.
4th
No.
and 6 in their territory.
Yeah.
No
How
way.
about this? I don't think Marcus Freeman does either. I think he goes
Agree.
for it.
Agree.
I think he goes for
down
it.
17-7. Agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
Defense is getting worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where your offense has to step. Because if you can't make that play, I mean, okay, we haven't stopped them anyway. We're gonna get beat
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, you have to go for it there.
Yeah.
You
I
have to
think
go
that
for it
was I think that's the point where and then Georgia turns around and takes it 92 yards. It's like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
There goes keeping them inside and getting field position. You know,
Yeah.
If
Right.
that was the mindset behind you punting.
Because it completely backfired on him.
Yeah. Yeah. But that was his opportunity to show faith in his team and say, "Yo, we're playing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Let's go." And
Yeah.
he chose to punt. Now, what was it? Because they got a big play on 3rd down to get back to that position of 4th and 4, right? Because I think
Yes, it was 3rd and 17,
3rd and
right?
17. It was a
And
sack.
he threw just a little quick. He threw a little quick, like
Yeah.
just a little kind of snag route in space. Guy caught it and ran. Like it looked like they were saying, "Hey, run this play, get what you can get us in 4-down territory."
Yeah.
Kind of
Agreed.
2-down, meaning from those last 2 downs, and then
Yeah.
and then punt it. Like to
Yeah.
me, I thought they got it. If he'd only got 3 or 4 yards, and it's 4th and 10, 4th and 11, and you're in your midfield or something. Okay, whatever. But it was. I'm actually going to try and look and see what it was, Sean. It was. Let's see. They got the touchdown and then the punt. It was 4th and 6 at the
Okay.
Georgia 47.
Oh, that's still within range.
So if it's like 4th and 11, you're still in your own territory.
Mhm.
Okay, I get it. But still, man, it's 4th and 6.
You don't have anything in your play call for 4th and 6.
You have
Like,
not
come on.
stopped Georgia the entire game, and you're going to punt the ball. And so what did Georgia do? They went 11 plays, 92 yards, touchdown. And then the very next series, you've got Quentin Johnson open on a post route from the slot that should have been a touchdown, and he misses. He just misses it.
Just overthrows him. Like
Those are the
crazy.
things. Like, but that's the challenge, Georgia. That's the challenge to me that Georgia presents you, though, is you can't miss those plays or you have no chance. Right. And that's especially Sean, like you said today, when they're playing their A game. And right now they're playing their A game.
Yeah.
Offensively, they're playing their A game. Defense, they're playing a BB plus.
They're doing
Right.
what they have to do.
Bingo.
defensively.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Because let's be real, there's been some guys open for big plays. It's not
Absolutely.
but that's what the secondary's been all year. It's just you rattle the quarterback to where he's not hitting those throws.
Yeah.
And that's what's happening right now.
Let's get. Go ahead. No,
No,
let's get to
Sean,
the
it's all
super
good,
chats.
man. It's all good.
Go ahead, because you want to get through the questions. Let's go.
Yeah. All right. Jim Ryan, is TCU's 3-3-5 the style of defense that Freeman will run next year? We don't know. We happened to mention that in a show last week that I could see it. I think the personnel would fit it. And now it's kind of turned into this is what they're going to do. I don't know if they're going to do that. I have no indication they're going to do that. I just am looking at the personnel saying it would make a lot of sense to run a 3-3-5. The way that Marcus Freeman runs his 3-3-5 is a lot different than TCU.
Right.
It's a lot more four-man looks out of his 3-3-5 because of that, because of the way that they use that Viper can line up in a 4-down and be very multiple look. TCU is a pure 3-3-5. Marcus Freeman's 3-3-5 would be very multiple. 4-down, under, over fronts, 1 snap, 3-down odd stacks the next. And it would be much more aggressive. He attacked with his linebackers a lot like TCU does. They'd play a lot more man coverage than TCU does. And the safeties are a lot more aggressive, I would say, than TCU's, because TCU plays in a pretty pass-oriented league at this point in time. So that's kind of where I feel about that one. Any thoughts on that one, guys?
I hope he doesn't. I would hope we're going to be recruiting to something different than that. So yeah, I hope he doesn't.
I'm okay with a 3-3-5 if you recruit correctly to it, in my opinion. But I'll say this: I do not want any coach to come in here with a defense where that's all you do.
Exactly. It could
If
be a
you're a
part of it.
4-2-5, that's
Yeah.
all you do. If you're a 3-3-5, that's all you do. You have to have, especially Notre Dame, where you play a Big Ten team one week, an SEC team the next week, a Pac-12 team the next week, the triple option the next week. You have to be multiple. You have to be able to see and do a lot of different things, and I just think that's why I think that they will be. Sean Paula says mailbag. He's got a mailbag question here. What's the biggest deficiency in Notre Dame's game that they must address this spring? I mean, I think we've talked about it. It was quarterback.
Mm-hmm. And they addressed it.
Now, it's not the only deficiency as far as relative to being able to win a game like this. Number one, I don't think Notre Dame is as far away as people think from being a championship football team.
Right.
I don't. I mean, I don't think they are, but they're not where they need to be at some very important positions. And right now, as I look at this football team and project it to next year, the two positions where I'm most concerned about is Notre Dame going to be good enough to compete for championship is quarterback and defensive line. Those are the two question marks I have. There's talent up front, but it's far from proven, and I don't know how well it's going to be coached.
Yeah.
So it's a big opportunity for Coach Washington to prove that he is a guy that should be coaching at an elite program. And I hope he does, because his position is very important. Very important. What do you guys think about the answer to this question? I mean, obviously, we all know quarterback.
It's
right?
D-line is absolutely the next up. I mean, you can talk about linebacker if you want, because there's not proven play there like at a championship level, and I could get on board with that conversation. But I think that there is a lot of talent there that will step up. I think there's talent on the defensive line, but I'm just not 100% sure that it's going to step up. You see what I'm saying? Like
Right.
between the two. So
Right.
I would say defensive line is absolutely my number 2, and I would say right now linebacker's my number 3. They need to step up. I mean, they need to, whether it's the veterans, whether it's the young guys, whether it's a rotation, whatever the case may be, there needs to be better play there.
Yeah. Agree. Sean, anything? I mean,
you guys are right on it.
People say safety. I'm not as down on Notre Dame's safety position as others. I also think that safety is a very important position, but you don't need stars there if you're good everywhere else.
Right.
Mhm.
Right.
And that's the key for me. So you finally get a stop. All right, TCU just got to stop. They made Georgia punt. They're going to take over at their own 20 and a half yard line. So we're going to keep with the mailbag, because until they score about 3 unanswered touchdowns, I'm not I'm not focused on this game too much. Alex Martinez, does Notre Dame have the coaching staff in place to dominantly win a national championship? I don't really care about dominantly winning it.
As I say, I just want to win one. I don't care if it's dominant or not. It doesn't say that.
They're not winning this game just because they dominantly have the coaching staff. They're not. It's not about that. It's sometimes it's like just the games play out that way, right? Like if they played again next week, would Georgia do this to TCU again? I don't think so. You know, just like if Notre Dame and Bama played a week after the title game last time, would Bama beat them 42-14? I don't think so.
Yeah.
You know, games just kind of go like that sometimes. You know, and that's just the nature of it. But do they have the coaching staff to compete for a championship? That remains to be seen. Partly because there's just still too many guys in year one.
Yeah.
That we just don't know. Okay, because so like let's take out Washington for example. Was there an issue with too many veterans who didn't want to take his coaching because of the way that it was done before? And now in year 2, when those guys aren't there, you got a more receptive bunch and your play is better. Like, you know, is that going on? I don't know, but that can be something that happens with a first-year coach. Is he trying to teach things that the players were used to because he didn't want to rock the boat? This is another thing that potentially happened in this situation. And I'm just giving hypotheticals, right? Is it a situation where he tries to coach the way of a previous coach because you don't want to rock the boat with a bunch of veterans, but you're not really teaching your way? And then in year 2, you know your players better now. I know what my strengths and weaknesses are for the players now in year 2. You always learn more about your players in year 2. And so those are very important pieces that we need to see how those things change, right? But if I were to say based on what we saw this year, no, not quite. No, they don't have a championship coaching staff yet based on what we saw this year. But there's a lot of young coaches that I expect to continue and to grow and improve. Marcus Freeman being the one at the top.
Sure.
Tommy Rees being another one. Al Golden is not young, but he hasn't been in college for a while. There's going to be some development there. So those are the questions that I have at this point about it. But no, they're not quite there yet, in my opinion. You guys want to agree, disagree, whatever, add on to that one?
Man, I echo what Vince said. I don't care if they win by 1-2 points. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And we're watching this game now. Kirby Smart doesn't care how this game is going to end. As long as he got the W, that's all he
right.
that's all he
It's
wanted.
38-7 or 38-37 does
Yeah.
not matter.
Absolutely. As long as he's holding the trophy at the end, that's
And
all
you
that
know,
matters.
You know what I love about Kirby and his mindset? He came out and lit Max Duggan up.
Yeah.
He brought 6 back-to-back plays,
did.
up 31. Like
He still is, by the way.
right, like
There's no let up.
no.
There's no let up at all. That should have
Now-
been pass interference, by the way. But still,
Yes,
there's no
he's
let
holding
up.
on to his left arm, but
Now
How do you miss that?
I like that. If the coaching staff is going to have a dominant mentality,
not a
that
good-
I would love for the coaching staff to have a dominant mentality.
Yeah. Don't
Like
come
the-
coach like we're going to try to win this one 21-20. We're going to come
Right.
out and we're going to take it to you and let the
Right.
chips fall where they may.
Absolutely.
That's what I loved about the offensive game plan against South Carolina. Is it was aggressive from the jump. It just wasn't being executed well.
Right.
But once they started executing it, like the Notre Dame start to that game looked a lot like the TCU start to that game. The quarterback was just missing. Like the miss to Quentin Johnson looked a lot like the miss that Tyler Buckner had to Jaden Thomas.
Yeah.
Right. But the difference is Buckner settled down, started making plays, and his teammates around him started making plays. Where Max Duggan just like Buckner never got rattled when they fell behind. Max Duggan is.
Yeah.
Now, I'm not saying it better. This is a far different magnitude game compared to the Gator Bowl. But that's as far as just how the game played out, that's the difference for me. Let's go to the next question. From Coach Vic 7. Coach, thanks for the question. Should Missouri start Sam Horn next year? If he earns the job, I'll tell you this, Coach Vic. I'm a believer that you play the guy that gives you the best chance to win, and you play the guy that's earned the starting job. Having said that, I would absolutely give Sam Horn every opportunity to win the starting job next year. With all Brady Cook's a nice player, right? Good runner, decent quarterback, but yeah, I'm going to give Sam Horn. But I have one requirement: you got to stop wearing a 20-something number, bro. Can't have you being a quarterback with a 20-something number. This ain't Heath Schuler. This ain't the 80s and 90s.
Friday Night Lights, baby.
Give me a real quarterback number. I just got to do it. But no, Sam Horn's a really good football player.
Hey,
but he's got to go out and earn it, though.
Doug Flutie made the 20s look pretty
Again,
decent at the
this ain't the 80s and 90s.
BYU? Didn't somebody at BYU do it at one?
Oh man, at BYU.
I thought so. Maybe not, but I know they did it in Friday Night Lights, the original, like the book. He was where their
I guess the last
again
one,
80s.
Jared Lorenzen was the 90s, right?
Yeah,
yeah.
If
He's the
not
last
the
guy to do
early
it.
2000s, like early.
He might have been the last guy in the 20s.
Yeah. It's because they didn't make jerseys
Oh,
small
you had
enough,
that one
you
dude
know.
that wore number 98 for Michigan, Devin Gardner.
Oh, Devin
Yeah,
Gardner.
but they did that because they were honoring
Right. But he
Harmon.
kept it for
Yeah.
for a minute, you know.
Yeah, he
so
did.
yeah, Jared Lorenzen was 2000 to 2003, so like right at the edge of but he also threw 41 interceptions in his career, which is what you're going to get when you have a quarterback wearing a number in the 20s.
Yeah.
So that's what happens when you eat 41 cheeseburgers before a game.
That man has passed on, so let's
I forgot
let's
about
be
that.
nice.
Well,
let's
I
be
forgot
nice.
about that. I apologize.
I'm
hangry. I haven't eaten.
I
Since
get
breakfast.
it. I get it. Kevin asks, can Hartman match Buckner's explosiveness? If not, how much better does Hartman need to be in the passing game? A, no, he cannot match Tyler Buckner's explosiveness. But B, it's not so much, Kevin. It's a very fair question, but it's not so much about being more explosive in the passing game. It's just about running the offense better. It's just about who moves the offense up and down the field most efficiently while also providing the ability to have explosives. Does he match his explosiveness individually? No. Can he match his explosiveness and surpass it from an offense as a whole? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
By getting the ball where it needs to get to and letting the explosive players go make the plays. So, yeah. And eventually, if Tyler Buckner becomes the player I think he can be, then that's where because this is what I said the other day, Sean, right? Can Sam Hartman be a finalist for the Heisman Trophy next year? If Notre Dame's a playoff team and he throws for over 3,500 yards and 30 touchdowns, sure.
Look who the finalists were this year.
Correct.
Exactly.
But what I said is he's not a guy that will be a finalist if Notre Dame's 10-2. My point was Tyler Buchner, if he reaches his full potential, can be that guy at 10-2, 9-3, because he's going to put up sick numbers, but he's going to make highlight reel plays just every game. Just like, what the heck was that? Which is why Lamar won it. I mean, Lamar's team was 9-3 the year he won it. Now, he had crazy numbers, but the point is, Vince, why was he? Because he made highlight Sports Center top 10 plays every week.
Right.
That's why. And that's what the committee saw. They saw the stats and they saw the numbers. They saw the highlight reel stuff.
Yep.
And that's why that's one of the reasons Caleb Williams won it this year, is that stuff. It's those crazy plays like that.
Sure.
So,
and nobody else really had a good enough season to compete with him numbers-wise and highlight reel-wise. That's why it was a foregone conclusion that he was going to win it.
And C.J. Stroud didn't really play well in the only 2 big games that Ohio State had all year.
True.
That hurt him too. He had a great year, but he didn't play well against Michigan. He didn't play well against Notre Dame. So that hurt him. Bryce Young missed games and also didn't always play great in some of the bigger moments. So they're throwing up 38-7. I'm digging it, though. It's 10 minutes left in the third quarter. Keep at it. So, yeah, let's get to the next question from Jeff Fluke. Do you think NIL will keep teams and conferences closer in talent and will cause more regular season losses for top teams, more of a reason to not join a conference? No, I think NIL is gonna end up ultimately. Here's the thing. You can't just take NIL independently of the transfer portal. You have to take the two together, because teams can go out there and buy players like Texas A&M did, but how long do they keep that recruiting class together? A year, a semester, right? It's already gone. And so you have to include the transfer portal in this, because what ultimately still happens is the rich get richer in the portal and with NIL.
Yeah, exactly.
You either buy the best players, or you from high school, you go buy them in the portal. I don't think this is going to create more parity in the end, in my opinion. You're going to see. I think you're going to see different teams that are good. So you're going to see more of the blue bloods are going to be successful, and fewer of the TCUs and more of the Texases, because they're just going to buy players. You're going to see Miami surging, and you're not going to see as many Pitts and Dukes and teams like that being successful. If you're Vanderbilt, you have no chance at being successful anymore, because you go get a young kid and he plays really well, redshirt freshman, and what's he going to do? He's going to transfer. And look what they just did with that young quarterback they just had. Like, he goes and has success at Vanderbilt, has them on the verge of a bowl game, and what does he do? He enters the transfer portal, right? So it's going to create less parity. It's just going to the teams in the middle are going to be more of the blue bloods and less of the upstarts, in my opinion. It's going to be harder for teams like Purdue to have the teams that they had under Joe Tiller, because in today's era, guys like Drew Brees, like not him, but like that kind of quarterback tends to come there. Wow, great redshirt freshman year, and then he transfers to Ohio State.
Yeah,
not always, but that's kind of what's happening.
But that's going to be more often than not.
So it's unfortunate. Sean.
Nick Saban begged for this not to come to this point. He's like, dude, I don't even need it.
But if you don't fix it, I will engage in it.
I will engage, and you will be mad at what happens from it. And you see the class he brought in this year. Look, nothing's really changed. The same teams that end up in the top 10 recruiting-wise, they were in the top 10 again. It is what it is. It's really emboldened those teams that always do well. So now the rest of football sits and waits for the residue of the previous classes and the transfer portal every offseason to try and improve their programs. And it was good to hear Marcus Freeman say, we still believe in recruiting being the foundation of our football program.
That's the only way that Notre Dame can win. They're not going to make a living constantly going into the portal to overhaul their roster year after year after year. You can't always hope that there's going to be a Sam Hartman out in the portal and that you can get him and that he doesn't want NIL.
Right.
can't always hope for those things.
Right.
So, yeah. Domer since birth. Love the name, by the way. Does a game like this positively impact the SEC more or negatively impact the Big 12 more? I don't think you can more positively impact the SEC.
No, not possible.
It's more about it really negatively impacts the Big 12 because your champion, well, not even your champion, but the best team in your league, because the champion got it just as bad from Bama. That's what really hurt. It's not even just this game, but you can but you got it like this, and then Kansas State got it like they got it against Bama. That's what hurts them. And then Texas goes out and gets what they got against Washington. And then Oklahoma goes out and gets what they got against Florida State.
Yeah.
It's been a rough bowl cycle for the Big 12.
It hasn't been great for the SEC, though, either.
Yeah. But again, the team's the top one.
Sure.
And that's the thing is the best teams in the Big 12 got smashed. The best teams in the SEC smashed. That's the difference. You know what I mean, Vince? Like LSU won 63-7. Now they played a far inferior team, but people are going to just see like no one's going to care that Kentucky lost 21-0 to Iowa. Because what are they going to say? Well, Georgia beat TCU and Bama beat Kansas State and LSU beat Purdue. That's what they're going to say.
Right
or wrong. They're not going to care that Florida got curb stomped by Oregon State because that was early in the bowl season in a game that nobody cared about.
Right.
You know, and fair or unfair, like Vince, I'm with you. It was not a great bowl season for the SEC, and like there was somebody in the chat saying, "Can y'all need to stop acting like it's SEC and Georgia are the Georgia and Alabama are the SEC? Well, they are the SEC. Get the occasional Auburn, the occasional LSU with those individual seasons, but let's not act like LSU's been a great postseason team. Notre Dame got them twice. Clemson got them once, right? I mean, you know." They had that one magical year. What have they done other than that? Not a whole lot, right? I mean, let's look. It is Georgia and Alabama. That's exactly what it is. And then John A1 says, did Texas and OU try to jump to the SEC this offseason? I think they're trying, Vince. I don't know if that's. I don't know what have either of you guys seen the latest
what the language is on that?
Well, there's a buyout.
I think is the buyout. It was supposed to be 25, right? Originally.
Right.
And I think negotiations are supposed to take place this offseason between them and the Big 12.
Okay.
Because they're trying to push it up a year. And the Big 12 can be anal.
I would.
And take it to court and make them play football in the Big 12 next year.
I would.
You know, or, you know, if they come up with a list of demands of financial things where they're getting payouts and maybe a piece of their first 2-3 years in the SEC TV money, maybe it's beneficial to let them go early. So,
right. Here's what I'm back to the Big 12 conversation, Vince, real quick. This is what Baylor got smashed by Air Force. Oklahoma State got beat by Wisconsin. Kansas lost to Arkansas. Washington beat Texas. Florida State beat Oklahoma. And Kansas State got killed by Alabama. You have Texas Tech smashing Ole Miss. And then TCU's win over Michigan got completely erased tonight.
Yes, it did.
Because again, we're talking about the perception.
Right.
The perception. And that's what I mean. You just got worked week after week after. I mean, game after game after game. And some of these games they weren't competitive too. That's the other problem.
And the other thing is about, the Big Ten. What do we think about the Big Ten after this bowl season?
I mean, that's one of those ones that's a little bit of a hit or miss because their two top teams lost in the postseason.
But
Ohio State's loss is looking a lot better now.
Yeah.
But then you had – go ahead, Sean.
Yeah. No, I would say, Vince, the Big Ten has one legitimate team whose roster can compete with the SEC team.
Yeah.
But they've allowed the other team to construct a roster that is a kryptonite to them.
Yeah.
Bingo.
There you go.
A great way of putting it, Sean.
I like that.
You know, so it's all and I think I think Harbaugh's a better coach than Ryan Day, in my opinion. I just think he's a better coach because he's been able to recruiter. He's not a better recruiter, and so he's whipping him without the same amount of talent. And it hasn't been close the last 2 years. He's dominated two Ohio State teams that have considerable better quarterback play and considerably better talent across the board. But I mean, if you put Ohio State in the SEC, Ohio State would compete
Yeah,
with the rest of that
because
conference.
they would get even
I don't-
better players.
And I don't
Yeah.
think Michigan would.
No,
Yeah,
no,
that's a really good point.
Yeah,
no.
I actually think this is going to sound crazy. I actually think Penn State would have a better shot at competing in the SEC than Michigan. Because one thing about Penn State is they get kids that can run. They've wasted a lot of kids that can run, but every year Penn State's like, where'd this kid blowing up the combine come from?
Mm-hmm.
You know, like that a freaking special teams only guy that ran a 4.2 last year.
Yeah,
But yeah, so I think Penn State's not a better program than Michigan. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying it's the way that they would fit into the league.
Yeah.
That's a great point, Sean.
Yeah.
Great point. And that's what Stanford did. Stanford said, we're going to create a system that's going to beat USC.
Mm-hmm.
And then it ended up being perfectly to segue into beating Oregon.
Yeah.
And it was different than everybody else. And it worked. It worked really well. Yeah, it's a great point. It's a great point.
I don't know if it's kind of a quandary. I think Urban had a better hold on it than Ryan Day does.
Well, because Urban's teams were still physical.
Physical, yes.
Yeah, that's the
Yes.
That's why
the
they can't
problem.
handle Michigan
Yes.
because they can't play physical.
Mhm.
Right.
They
And
can
that's-
play fast and they can do all the things with their wide receivers and all of that.
Mhm.
But when it comes right down to it, they can't play fit. They didn't even match
Because
Notre Dame's
Vince,
physicality.
let's be real
No.
about something. How
No.
much different is Michigan now than they were in 15 and 16?
From a roster standpoint,
Just style of play standpoint. I would actually argue their roster's not as good now. Remember some of the NFL cats they were producing on that 16 defense was insane. They had like 10 plus kids drafted. I'm talking about from a style of play standpoint.
not much better.
They're very similar. The difference is Ohio State has changed.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And it has made them more vulnerable to what Michigan is doing. And I think the Big Ten as a whole has come down, which has allowed Michigan to rise.
Yeah.
Michigan has kind of stayed here outside of the COVID year,
Yeah.
and everybody else has kind of come down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Michigan was smart enough to say, let's not schedule Notre Dame anymore
Mhm.
and teams like that in Alabama anymore,
Right.
Mhm.
like Brady Hoke did, got smacked.
Right.
Let's go out here and play these pansy out of conference schedules that help us get comfortable and start off fast.
Yeah.
And then we'll have 2 to 3. Now, Michigan State fading has helped them,
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely.
right? I mean, that's huge. Mark
was a huge
D'Antonio is
chink
still
in-
at
that was a-
Michigan State doing what
Yeah.
Go ahead,
That was a
Vince.
huge chink in Harbaugh's armor was that he couldn't beat Michigan State. I
Mhm.
mean,
Or
yes, he
Ohio
couldn't beat
State.
Ohio State either. I mean,
Right.
but like when you're losing
Because
to
remember
both
they used to
of those
flash,
rivals,
Vince? They used to flash his record against his rivals all the time prior
Yes.
to 2021.
Absolutely. Yep.
So basically what you're saying is Urban built a physical team that fit what the Big Ten does, but he understood the global landscape of college
Yeah.
football, and that in order to win a national championship, you need the athletes
Right.
to beat the SEC guys.
Because what did they do to Alabama in 2014? They punched him in the
They
face
punched them in the face.
and threw it over top
Mhm.
to Devin Smith and those guys. So they did because they were physical, but they were physical with elite athletes.
Yeah.
I mean, Michael Thomas, people forget this because he didn't put up monster numbers in college, but Michael Thomas was on that 2014 Ohio State team with Devin Smith and those guys, and Evan Spencer and all, and Jeff Hireman and all those guys. And so, yes, to your point is like, now I think that the teams now are the Ohio State teams now offensively are insanely talented. But I think that Urban and his staff then did a much better job of producing better defenses. Now, the problem that Urban had is the way that he recruited was to sell the NFL. So then you get these kids there, and their goal is not to win a championship, which is what Kirby sells and what Saban sells. It's, I'm going to get you in the NFL. And so the goal isn't to win the Rose Bowl or the national championship or to beat Michigan. It's to go in the NFL. And that's why they would kind of tank in some of these big games like Clemson and games like that, right? Is they were at their best in games where they kind of were mad that they had to play that game. Like they were pissed off that they had to play Notre Dame and they weren't playing for a championship. Got beat by Michigan State. But he had far more talented teams, in my opinion, on both sides of the ball.
Yeah.
Ryan Day has given lip service to the defense in a lot that looks in a ways that look a lot like what Lincoln Riley has done. And physicality is just not a thing at Ohio State anymore.
No.
I mean, just it's not. It's not. I mean, look at the Georgia game. And that was all about up and down the field track meet. When you needed to make some physical, tough plays late in the game, they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it.
I know one thing. They can turn out some wide receivers, boy.
Yes.
Woo!
Right. I
They
mean,
can
Sean,
turn out
they
some
won a
wide
title in
receivers.
14 with Devin Smith and Evan Spencer and Michael Thomas. And Michael Thomas ended up being a great pro, but he wasn't a big time college player.
Nah.
Those receiving cores don't stack up at all to what
Yeah.
they are now. But
Mhm.
again, those teams were physical with a bunch of 3-star kids along the offensive line. Yeah, Taylor Decker was a 4-star, and the rest of those kids, I believe, were 3-star kids. But you had elite talent at running back. You had speed on the, even though there wasn't elite talent. Devin Smith wasn't elite talent, but he could freaking run. And he's a perfect complement. Those teams are physical. They had great defensive lines, and they had those blue collar Midwestern offensive linemen.
Mhm.
And they're not that team anymore, man. They're just not that team anymore.
So Marcus Freeman is building that same culture of physicality,
Yes,
and now you just have to go out and get the pieces.
right.
You know.
But that's why this year's recruiting class is so important from the standpoint of, Sean, they had great offensive line class, really good tight end, big it's not an elite D-line class, but a big physical D-line class. But you still had speed on the perimeter on offense, a dynamic running back, big-time quarterback, fast corners. Right, that's the thing, is you still have to have those athletes, and our Coach Freeman understands that. The one thing that he has added in his 2 classes so far is cats that can run. He's added a linebacker. He's added it, corner, safety-ish, receiver, running back. You got cats that can run. Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love are explosive.
Yes, sir. Yes,
The
sir.
receiving core this year is explosive. We've talked about Tobias Merriweather and what he brings to the table athletically. The cornerbacks, I mean, those cats can flat out move, Sean. I mean, that's the reality of it. And that's what he's bringing to the table. So, yeah, I mean, that's this Ryan Day, to your point, Sean, is just not – he's not the head coach he's made out to be.
No.
And
I
that's
don't.
why his teams get beat up.
And now I understand why Jim Harbaugh had the third base comment.
Yeah.
You know.
Makes total sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you inherit – and the further away they get from Urban's tenure,
Mm-hmm.
the less physical they become, the less fundamentally sound that they become. Right. And I would argue Urban was doing what he was doing in a better Big Ten.
Mm-hmm.
Mark D'Antonio was good.
Yeah.
Penn State had a couple good teams, but they weren't, they weren't great, but they had some good teams then.
Wisconsin was still tough.
Wisconsin was good. Michigan State was really good.
Mm-hmm.
It just now it's not that same team, man. Let's get back to some more questions here, Sean, because we do have some good ones. From Andrew GK23, what was your favorite season in your time watching Notre Dame football? So I'm going to say this, Sean. It was not 1988, because I remember some of 1988. It's the first year I really consider myself a fan, but I was only 10, and I can't say that I remember it as much as I remember 1993 for me. So I'd have to go with 93, but you're a couple years older than me, so maybe you remember 88 a little bit more than I do. I remember the Miami game in 88. I remember the USC game, the title game. I don't really remember the Michigan game, to be honest with you. I don't remember a lot of the other games.
Yeah.
93, I remember almost every game.
I'll tell you a season that was very dramatic and was fun to watch was 89.
Oh, that team was really good.
All the way through.
I'm just still hurt from the Miami game.
The Miami game was 10-10. Like, you go into that halftime game feeling like you should have been up 17-10. Because they missed some opportunities offensively in the first half. And, second half, third and forever, they converted. And pretty much from there, the game went in the opposite direction. But then the Colorado game.
Yeah.
They
beat Colorado.
They physically manhandled.
That was the 21-6 game, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. And it just made you really believe, like, man, this team Like if they play Miami again, they could beat Miami. Like they lost to Miami, but if they played them in a series, they could have won that series. Like Notre Dame physically was the only team that Miami could just not push around.
I think I've said this with you, Sean, is if the college football playoff was around back then, Notre Dame, some people have said Notre Dame would have won 2 championships. And I've said, I disagree. They would have still only won 1 championship, but they would not have won it in 88. They would have won it in 89. Yeah. They're not beating Miami in a rematch on a neutral field in 88. They're just not. But Miami's not beating them in a rematch on a neutral field in 89.
No.
Just not.
No. And they're beating whomever in 93.
Pick a team out of a hat, and it does not matter.
Doesn't matter.
100%.
93.
Because that's the year that I don't think Florida State beats them in a rematch. I think they would have worked Florida State in a rematch because they'd have been pissed.
Florida State physically could not stand up to them in the trenches.
That's where Miami doesn't get enough credit back then. Miami could play especially their defensive line. They were physical. I mean, Russell Maryland was Russell Maryland on the 80? He was on the 88 team, correct?
No, he was drafted in 87.
Who was the defensive tackle that I'm thinking of? Who came after? Was it Cortez Kennedy? Who was the D tackle that came after Russell Maryland?
Russell Maryland. I think Russell Maryland did play in 88. I don't think he played in 89.
Yeah, I'm gonna look this up here real quick.
I think he was Jimmy Johnson's first. Yes,
because he was drafted in 91. So so the 89 team, Sean, had Cortez Kennedy and Russell Maryland.
See, that's unfair.
Yeah,
that's unfair.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, so and they had Jimmy Jones, who was a 3rd-round pick. So I knew that 88 team had some really good players on it. So, so I think 88, they probably lose to Miami in a rematch. Now, they could have won 2. Here's where they could have won 2 in those 2 years. They could have won 2 if Miami, if they would have played. So, like, what would have happened at the end of the year is Notre Dame would have been the 1 seed. And I believe, I'm just going to pull it up here real quick, but I think Miami at that time would have been the 2 or the 3 seed that year. So what would have happened is Miami would have been the 2 seed that year. And then that would have meant that they would have played the 3 seed, which I believe at that time would have been, Florida State. I'm going to look this up real quick. So I think what would have happened is you'd have had Michigan was number 11 going into that game, so they'd have been out, but you'd had Florida State. So Florida State was 4. So in 88, Notre Dame would have played Florida State in the first round. Notre Dame would have worked that 1988 Florida State team. I'm trying to see who the 3 seed was that year, Sean.
West Virginia was 2, right?
What was West Virginia coming into that game?
Number
2.
They
were 3. Yeah, so it'd have been Notre Dame, Florida State, Miami, West Virginia. So what I was saying is the only way Notre Dame would have won 2 is if somehow the team that Miami would have played in the semis would have knocked them off. And I don't think West Virginia could have beat them. I think they could have scored on Miami more than they scored on Notre Dame, but Miami would have scored 1,000,000 points on that West Virginia defense.
Yeah.
So that's the only way they could have won back-to-back. But in 1989, man, that Notre Dame team in 1989 would have been what, a 4 seed against Colorado, the 1 seed. That's exactly how that game would have played out.
Yeah.
And because Miami was 2 that year, Colorado was 1. Who would have been the 3 seed on that team, Sean? I'm trying to look that up here right now.
What year are we talking?
That'd have been 89 because Notre Dame would have been the 4 seed against Colorado. And then would it have been Florida State again? No, they were 5. Nebraska was 6.
No. Florida State ended up. No, you said 89.
89. Yeah, Florida State would have been the 3 seed in 1988.
Yes,
but I'm trying to see who would have been who'd have been in there with Miami, Colorado, and Notre Dame in 89.
So Miami beat in 89. Didn't Miami beat?
Nebraska was number
Nebraska
6
in the Orange Bowl.
But the team that Miami beat, I think, was number 6 or 7. They beat Alabama that year in 89 in the Sugar Bowl, but Bama was 7 coming into that game. So I'm trying to find the rankings for that game and see who would have been. Was Colorado been 1? Would it have been Michigan? Would that have been who it was? USC was. Oh, it'd have been Michigan. So in 89, Sean, you'd have had number 1 Colorado against number 4 Notre Dame, and you'd had number 2 Miami against number 3 Michigan.
And they'd already played early in the season.
That was in 88. They didn't play in 89.
You're right.
Yeah,
Right.
they played in 88, and Miami and Michigan had to come back. Miami came back and won.
Came back and won, yeah.
In 89, Michigan only had 1 loss in the regular season. That was to Notre Dame.
Right.
At home,
that was the the Rocket 2 touchdown game.
Right.
Yeah.
In the rain. I still feel like if they play on a clean field, Notre Dame beats them more convincingly.
Yeah.
But I don't think they beat Miami that year.
Notre Dame fumbled in the first half in plus territory.
Yeah.
And they were moving the ball on that Michigan team. And that was like a young Elvis Gerback. And I forget the left-handed quarterback that got hurt that game before.
So Michael Hughes? What was his name?
Oh, was it Taylor?
Michael Taylor. That's Taylor. Who it was. Michael Taylor.
Yeah. Okay. That was Taylor that game. Yeah.
But the point is, 88 and 89, you probably have Notre Dame, Miami. Not Miami. I've said this to people before. Miami and Notre Dame in 88 and 89 and 90 were Clemson and Alabama. Now, that's what they were. And Notre Dame was able to get them. In 88 and 90, they won those 2 of those last 3 big games. So, yeah, those would have been some fun playoff games back then. They'd have been some, especially with the because there was so many independents. Because here's the deal: the 88, we just said it would have been Notre Dame, Miami, Florida State, and West Virginia is what we said the 4 highest ranked teams were, right, Sean?
Mm-hmm.
What conference were all those teams in? Notre Dame was an independent.
No, it was independent.
Miami was an independent.
Miami was independent. Florida State was independent at that time.
So was West Virginia. They're all independents.
Wow, West Virginia was independent back then.
Yep. Because here's at the end of the year, the number 1, 2, 3, and 5 teams in the country and 13 teams in the country were all independents. Syracuse is 13. So 1, 2, 3, and 5 were all independents. And in 1989, you had 1, 2, 3, 15, 17, and 21 were all independents.
Yeah.
So back-to-back years, 1, 2, and 3 were independent teams.
And the SEC really, if we're going to be honest, the SEC only got back into it because of business.
Correct.
Which was genius. I don't hate. Like once they created the SEC championship and created the TV revenue,
changed the game.
And changed the game for everybody. Yep. And everybody started jumping into conferences.
Yep.
That really got them to the forefront. Because until then, the independents were kicking the SEC's butt.
Right. Well, and because like Arkansas was still a Southwest Conference team. Texas A&M was still a Southwest Conference team. I mean, so those are 2-year teams. You had 10 teams in that conference back then. So South Carolina was still an independent at the time. Here's the Power Fives that were independents in 1988: Notre Dame, Miami, Florida State, West Virginia, Syracuse, Louisville, South Carolina, Pitt, Rutgers, Penn State, Boston College, Virginia Tech, Cincinnati. Were all independent teams back then. So people say, well, what Notre Dame's never changed. Everybody else changed.
Yeah.
Notre Dame's just been doing what they always do.
Yeah.
All right. John A1 says, Kirby Smart is the best program in college football right now. Which programs would you put in the top 5? Not top 5 or 23, but programs.
I mean, Georgia, Alabama.
Right.
Ohio State. Even though we think their coach is
right.
Not
and the results are still there.
Yeah.
Right. The results are still there. I mean,
and look, Notre Dame's on the fringe.
Well, Sean, how far back are we going to say the pro? Are we going back how many years?
I mean, you would have to say over the last 10 years, right?
Okay. Let's just go 5.
Okay.
You have to put Clemson in that conversation.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean,
That's
their
4.
down year is still 10-3 during the
Mhm.
stretch. That's still pretty freaking good.
That's 4.
Who else from the SEC? I mean, I'm not putting it. I know LSU won a title, but LSU's had losing records during that time. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like they fired a coach during that time.
they've had some pretty bad. They've had
Yeah.
bad years. So,
I would have said Oklahoma until this year. Really, the last 2 years.
Oklahoma's definitely in the running.
But they had a losing record this year. I
But
can't put a
Lincoln,
team in there that's had a losing record in the last 5 years.
yeah,
Same with Michigan. Like, I can't discount the COVID year. If we're just talking the last 2 years, Michigan's in that, obviously.
yeah.
But, you can't discount the COVID year, and
I think
2019 was okay.
honestly, those 4 teams are on the first tier, and then
Yeah.
everybody else: Notre Dame, Michigan, Oklahoma,
LSU, because they did win a
LSU.
title.
Yeah,
They're battling for that 5th spot, but
uh,
none of them have seized it. I mean, you give marks to LSU for winning a title, Notre Dame for consistency. They have a head-to-head
Oklahoma's been to what, 3 college football playoffs?
in that stretch, yeah, but
Yeah,
they haven't been in the last 2.
yeah.
The last time they did go, they got absolutely destroyed.
Hmm.
Actually, they haven't been to the last 3
Yeah.
because Lincoln didn't make it his last 2. Because in 20, it was Notre Dame, Ohio State, Clemson. I mean, that's really, you could say almost that's kind of it right there, is that group of 4 plus Georgia. I mean,
Yeah.
you could make that case.
Yeah.
Because you go 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, the teams that have made multiple playoffs with that, other than the top 4 that we mentioned, is Oklahoma was in there in 18 and 19, Michigan in the last 2, Notre Dame. So those 3 teams made it multiple times, but LSU then only made it once, but they won a title. So, I mean, that's the tier 1, Sean.
Mhm.
Only tier 1 is those 4 teams to me, and then everybody else is still.
I would agree
Yeah.
with that.
And Ohio
Everybody's
State
trying to
hasn't won a
get that.
title, but they do have a playoff win.
Yeah.
They killed Clemson 2 years ago, and they just took Georgia down to the wire.
I mean,
Okay.
Ohio State has a title in the playoffs.
We're saying last 5.
Oh, like, yeah,
Last
okay.
5.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. But I mean, if we're going to take the decade, like you said, it's an even more of a no-brainer. But my point is, you don't even need that title to still argue that Ohio State's in there, my opinion, if you look at 5 years as a whole.
That just further proves that I don't care. Look, things aren't changing. You know what I'm saying? Like, the top of college football is the top of college football, and you have a group of 4 or 5 teams vying to jump in,
right,
and be part of it.
And it's much more determined by who those teams hires coaches than it is by whatever landscape changes. The changes that they're making, the NCAA has no interest in creating parity.
No,
they have an increase. They have a desire in making money. The NCAA knows that having a championship game of TCU against Washington would be horrible for business. It may be good for the game, but it's bad for business. They know that.
Yeah.
And that's why they do the things that they do.
Yeah. That's why
they don't want TCU in this game tonight.
No.
They want them playing Michigan. That's who they wanted.
Every league wants dominant teams.
Right.
It's great for business. Right. Yeah. And the better they have, that's why, honestly, they were probably angry at the way USC has handled the program. Because USC was the West Coast team.
Right.
Right? They were the West Coast team. Like, you dominate out there.
And look,
Georgia,
Oregon's
Alabama,
fun to watch,
but
Oregon's not USC from a business standpoint as far as the marketing they produce. Because USC is the closest thing the West Coast has to a national brand.
Exactly.
And when they're good, they are a national brand.
Yep. And they're looking to, the SEC is looking to reinvigorate Texas by bringing them into the SEC.
It's not going to happen.
It's
going to kill those programs, in my opinion.
Yeah, because they still recruit. I don't understand. I don't know how much of a bump are they going to get from recruiting.
They're not. It's going to help them recruit their own state better. You know what I mean? Like, look, these teams think that they're like Colorado and Nebraska made a recruiting argument for why they thought those moves. We're going to be able to tap into the big. How much has going into the Big Ten helped Nebraska with recruiting? Kids in Pennsylvania are like, oh man, Nebraska's in the Big Ten now. Let me go out to Lincoln, Nebraska now. No. Just like going to the Pac-12 has not helped Colorado go get kids from the West Coast.
No.
Because it killed their recruiting at Texas. And so, Colorado has not been relevant since they joined the Pac-12. I don't think that's a coincidence.
Yeah.
Because kids in the West Coast, I mean, look, I know that there's a lot of people from California that moved to Colorado for life, but I mean, having lived there, I saw that happen in front of my eyes. But that's different in football. Those kids don't want to go to Colorado. The only reason they're going to Colorado now is because Deion, one of the questions in the chat is this from Patrick Quinlan: if a recruit Notre Dame is going after also lists Colorado as a school of interest, does that tell you anything about what that player is looking for? No, it doesn't. Because number one, we should never get into the situation where we just assume every kid that does this is doing it for the same reasons. What y'all have to understand is some kids are going to look at Colorado because of the money, but you can't tell me that Colorado all of a sudden is throwing $1 million deals at all these kids. It's Deion Sanders.
Thank you.
Whether they offer him a dime or not, it's Deion. It's these kids grew up idolizing primetime.
Him.
It's the same reason Juwan Howard is getting kids at Michigan, even though they're not that good on the court. It's because it's Juwan Howard at Fab Five.
Absolutely.
He even said it in that documentary. People don't say, you're Juwan Howard, national champion of Miami Heat, Juwan Howard to play with LeBron. They say, you're Juwan Howard of Fab Five. It sells.
That's it.
And so, no, we should not make sweeping conclusions about any of those type of things.
And I know where that question is probably stemming from, because Justin Scott had Colorado in his top 8.
Right.
And I saw someone post that on Twitter, and it was ridiculous, because if you knew the family that Justin Scott came from, you understand why Notre Dame and Michigan are in his top 8.
Right. And he's also a big-time recruit.
And he's a big-time recruit. And I've stood on it, and I told Brian a long time ago, his family is big on education. Big. So, and they're not the type of family that's going to fall prey and turn into a Peyton Bowen situation. That's
right.
That's not.
And somebody said these kids weren't born when Deion played. We're not talking about Deion as a player.
Deion is an icon culturally.
Deion's on commercials. He's on Nike commercials. He's on Aflac. I mean, y'all have to understand, these kids look at Deion and he is what they want to be. He's 20 years removed from the league and he's still famous.
And he was coaching the Under Armour game for like 10 years.
Every year. He was at all these camps, all this kind of stuff. Deion is a brand to these kids.
Absolutely.
And so, of course, they're going to look at him. And some kids will get money. Some kids won't, but he's still going to look at him. That's why Colorado hired him. It's a smart move.
Mm-hmm.
And you hope that he can coach. And look, he did a good job at Jackson State. It's a big jump for coaches at that level. Jim Tressel did it, but Jim Tressel was a coach for over a decade at Youngstown State. Deion wasn't going to hang around Jackson State that long. And the only shot Colorado had at ever getting Deion Sanders to be there is now. If they waited 2-3 years, they're not getting him, Sean, because then he's going to, a Bama or a Florida State or a school like that, a bigger school that he's got a more proven track record.
Yeah.
So you had to take your swing now. What have you got to lose? They're the worst Power 5 team in college football. They're going to be the even worse college Power 5 team in college football by even more now.
Yeah.
It's a great hire by Colorado.
I will say this, you can follow coaches from smaller schools, whether it's FCS. I think his name is escaping me now. The coach at Kansas State, who I love,
Chris Kleiman. Yeah,
Chris Kleiman, because I think he's going to be on the move next year, because somebody's going to come get that dude, because the structure, the physicality his team plays with, you could just tell. Like, if you give him more talent, he's going to have a pretty good program. And the one thing that you did see that was evident, Deion set up a culture. Of course, he had better talent than most schools.
But Jackson State was not a very good team before he got there.
They weren't a disciplined team.
Right.
He set up a culture. Like, those are the things that he can do. Is he an in-game strategist? And
probably not. At least not yet. At least not yet. That takes time to develop that.
He's not goofy enough to not go get other good coaches, though. That's another thing you've seen and you continue to see.
Mm-hmm.
he'll go get other good coaches to say, I need to put other smart people around me. So I'm interested in seeing what style he adopts.
Yeah.
Right? Does he
Yeah.
try to match USC, or does he go the route of Utah? And
Well,
try
right
to
now, it looks like he's going to go the USC route because that's who he hired, the guy from Kent State. It's kind of an air raid kind of guy, which I think is kind of the quick fix type of method.
and that's the system his son came out of in Jackson State.
Right.
So
I think they need that. Then you can eventually evolve to a different system when you start getting better players.
yeah. And I mean, be honest, that's better for Dylan Edwards to get him into position to make plays. So
Yeah, no doubt. And he'll evolve as a coach because the first time Dion goes out there and gets his butt kicked, he's not going to like that very much, and he's going to do what he's got to do to not have that happen anymore.
Heck yeah.
So, absolutely right. So, good question. Good question. Caleb Collins, way too early top 10. I mean, again, just off the top of my head, obviously Georgia is a preseason top 10 team. Georgia's got to be in there. Alabama's got to be in there. LSU's in consideration. I got to go look over who all they have coming back, but I do know Jaden Daniels comes back. So those are the 3 SEC teams. Ohio State, Michigan, and Penn State will all be in consideration in the Big Ten for that, Sean. USC, the Pac-12. I got to go look and see what Oregon has coming back. I'm not sure if I want to put Oregon in that conversation yet.
Bo Nix comes back.
Yeah, but
right?
they lost a lot of their other guys. I got to see all they have coming back. They'd be the only. Oh, Washington. Washington's a team that is going to be in the conversation for me, Sean. They
That's a good call.
games. They got a lot of kids coming back.
Wow. I'm
What?
sorry.
That's all good.
This touchdown run.
Oh, I'm about to watch it now.
Oh, did they marked him down? That he didn't get in, but it was.
My. Yikes! Yeah, this is.
And these are the backups. These are the backups.
Yeah, some of them. Yeah, some of them are backups. But Notre Dame is in there. Anyone from no one from the Big 12 deserves to. I mean, TCU just because of what they did this year, but they're going to lose a lot from this year's team. A lot.
They do have one of the best at this point. They're one of the teams that are doing well in the portal.
Yeah.
So they're kind of supplementing
what
what
they got
did last
so far,
year.
Sean?
I know Trey Sanders. They got a couple of defenders that transferred.
That's a kid from Bama, right?
Yeah, but I was looking at John Garcia was talking about it on one of the shows, talking about they're one of the top teams in the transfer portal thus far.
I'm looking at it now. They're 23 class. They got Trey Sanders from Alabama, Tommy Brockermeyer from Alabama, JoJo Early, the receiver from Alabama, Jack Beck, the tight end, fullback type guy from LSU, and then Avery Helm, a corner from Florida. Although he hasn't been very good at there. So yeah, I mean they're doing okay. They're doing okay.
And they
got a couple good high school kids that are coming in too, but
they were in on Hudson Card for a while, weren't they? Or was that
but I think he wanted to go somewhere he was definitely going to be the guy. Which is going to get – here's something that's going to be interesting in a second. Let me talk about this in a second. But, like, Chandler Morris is coming back at TCU.
Yeah.
And he's the kid that beat out Max Dugan. But they're going to lose a lot, man. They're going to lose a lot of kids from this year's team. So I just – maybe you can consider putting them in. ACC, I mean, Clemson has got to be in the conversation. They're going to lose some guys, but they just got some big news this past week when Tyler Davis and Rook Arorow announced that they're both coming back.
Yeah.
They're going to have plenty of talent. I think that a full year of Cade Klubnik being their quarterback is going to help them, in my opinion, Sean. But, they get Notre Dame at home. And I'm going to tell you something right now, man. Huh?
What about Penn State?
I had them. So I had them, Michigan, and Ohio State as the teams in conversation to be from the Big Ten. Because Nicholas Singleton is going to be an absolute monster next year. One of their top offensive linemen announced he's coming back, which is
both
huge.
of their running backs. Both of their running backs are going to be. If their quarterback situation is anywhere near.
Here's what helps Clemson next year, Sean. They get Notre Dame, Florida State, and North Carolina all at home. The only potentially tough road game they have next year at South Carolina could be, but South Carolina's team just got raided in the portal, raided in the portal. Then they play at Miami, at NC State, at Duke. So, Clemson's probably in that conversation for me. North Carolina, I can't put in there yet because they got to prove that they can actually be that kind of team. I mean, they're going to finish this year unranked.
Yeah.
They're not in that conversation for me. Florida State, that's one.
Oh,
Florida
absolutely.
State, yes.
Absolutely.
That to me probably is the team that I'm probably going to still go with Clemson as my preseason number one as ACC team because Florida State's got to prove to me that they can beat Clemson first. Just like I needed to see Clemson prove that they could beat Florida State first before I was ready to give them the crown.
Mm-hmm.
I show them you can do it on the field first. But if there's a team in position to sort of take the crown off of Clemson, not just beat them in 1 year like Pitt did last year, but like say, no, I'm the captain now type of thing. You know what I mean? Like this is my league again now. It's Florida State. Miami is going to need multiple years of recruiting the way that they're recruiting to get there.
Facts.
Florida State's there now. I mean, the way that they finished the year, they're especially, and I think Jordan Travis is going to come back for a 6th year. I believe he's coming back. And I think Johnny Wilson's back. One of their running backs transferred because it's just so loaded there. The running back room is so loaded. Florida State's a team that has a shot to be there. And if Florida State's going to do it next year, though, they're going to have to do it at Clemson. And I'm telling you, Clemson's got to figure something out with their receiver room because what I saw in the Orange Bowl was pitiful.
And I'm shocked they're not in the portal. Hard.
Well, that's just not what he's going to do. It's just he said he's not going to do that. He's going to develop. Now they had a great a great freshman class last year that started to show something. EJ Williams, and Adam Randall's a really good player, but I think didn't he get hurt in a auto accident before
something
the bowl
like
game?
That. Yeah.
He's a really good player. So I like what he brings to the table. I loved him coming out. He had 10 catches this year, but like I said, did not play in the actually he did play in the Tennessee game. So who was the receiver guy that hurt in an auto accident? But Adam Randall played a little bit in that game. But he was just a true freshman. EJ Williams is a true freshman. I liked their freshman receiving core last year. They're bringing in another group this year. So Clemson's in that. So, I mean, there's about 10 to 12 teams right there, Sean, that I think are in the conversation for me.
Yeah.
Florida State. So Georgia, Bama, LSU are in the conversation for the SEC. Ohio State, Michigan, Penn State are in the conversation in the Big Ten. That's 6. Got Notre Dame is 7. USC and Washington in the Pac-12. That's 9. And then Clemson, Florida State, TCU are also in that. So that's about 12 teams right there that I would say I have as deserving to be in the conversation for a preseason top 10 ranking.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else that you're thinking about?
Because
Michigan and Penn State are going to help because their schedules suck so bad.
Aranda struggled because of the quarterback situation.
Yeah.
At Baylor this year. And I think the quarterback.
And they lost a lot of talent from that team last year.
From their previous team, yeah. So I expect them to be better. The Big 12 always has a team come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
To contend at the top. I think Oklahoma State is taking a step back.
Oh, man. Yeah.
So we see the direction that
and I don't think Oklahoma's that team. Oklahoma's getting a lot of transfers on their defense, though. So they're trying. They're trying to go to Portland. They got Jacob Lacey, obviously. They got the kid from Wake Forest. Or was it the kid from Purdue?
Yeah.
One of those two kids. So yeah, they're hitting the portal hard.
And then they got coaches' kids.
Yeah.
Coming.
Yeah. All right, let's get a few more of these here things. Jeff Luke says, how long should schools hold on to Position U title? LSU is apparently still DBU, but those coaches are gone, and BK hasn't had a DB drafted since. I don't know. Hasn't had a DB drafted since last year?
He's
first-round draft pick at safety.
And Love was a second-round pick?
Fourth-round pick. Troy Pride is a fourth-round pick. Alohi Gilman was a 6th-round pick. Harrison Smith played for Brian Kelly. He was a first-round pick. So, I mean, look, I'm all about dogging on Brian Kelly, but, I mean, you got to give the man credit where credit is due, and he has certainly put a lot of defensive backs in the NFL.
And you got to give him time. I mean,
Yeah,
he just got to LSU.
right. To me, Sean,
I mean, the list of LSU defensive backs goes back a long time. So
I think you have to have a conversation. It's about the context of the conversation you're having. I think you set the premise of the conversation, when you're having it. I think, to me, it's more of a 10-year period is for the purposes of DBU, tight end U. If you want to have an all-time conversation, like somebody asked us the other day, we kind of had an all-time type of focus on it. So we were talking like USC at running back, USC at quarterback. I said Miami at linebacker, things like that. But the last 10 years is kind of how I look at it, to me.
I think that
and where are you trending? I think that matters too.
And look, LSU has been DBU through at least 3 coaches.
Right.
I mean, Les Miles was putting out DBs.
Right.
Nick Saban put out DBs there.
Right.
They've done it. I mean,
Ed Orgeron, they've done it. So, I mean, the state itself just produces really great athletes. So, and they'll get their kids from Florida and All right, Caleb Collins. How would a Tommy Rees offense match up against Georgia next year? I don't know. I want to see how they match up against the Notre Dame defense in the spring game first. I mean, I'm not trying to be dismissive, but it's too early for that, man. I've got to still look at Georgia's roster and see who they lose. I'm going to lose Jalen Carter.
Dude, if the trend continues, Georgia's going to struggle in the secondary.
Right. Look, I'll tell you this right now. Notre Dame has played Georgia twice in this era where Georgia has gotten good.
Mm-hmm.
Notre Dame was a possession away from beating them
both games.
And I think that Notre Dame matches up better against Georgia than they do Bama. Look, that's the thing y'all have to understand is football is a game of matchups. And Sean, you made a absolutely brilliant point earlier. The whole thing about Michigan.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan has a team built to beat Ohio State, while Ohio State's trying to build a team to beat Bama.
Yeah.
And beat Georgia and beat Clemson. And then just Michigan kind of sneaks up on because Michigan has made their schedule so soft that they don't really have to worry about a lot of the other Big Ten. It's just zeroing in on Ohio State. Well, does that change at Michigan or Ohio State or not? I'm very curious about that because honestly, if Michigan and I think Ohio State's making a mistake doing it that way. I think Michigan getting good if Ryan Day handles the butt whooping he just got the last 2 years correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan getting good is going to be the best thing to ever happen to Ohio State.
I agree.
They're not going to stop recruiting skill talent, but it's going to force him to start making more decisions on how he prepares his team on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just turn the switch on Michigan week. It's say, hey, how do we go about our business on a daily basis? How do we recruit these positions? Who am I hiring to coach these positions? How are we going to run our offense and defense from a play calling standpoint? Yeah, we can go throw for 1,000,000 yards, but when we play these type of teams, we struggle. Why? Because you're getting beat in the trenches. And so it's going to come down to, you could score a bunch of points against Georgia, but you couldn't make stops when you needed to make stops. You couldn't run the ball when you needed to run the football. That's the difference in that game, Sean. That's the difference in that game. And 65. It's about to be 66-7.
Bruh.
This is so bad.
Bruh, let me tell you something. For everyone that thought this game was going to open the door for everyone to see, this is why you need expansion. Nope. Didn't happen. Georgia closed the door on that one.
You're going to see stuff like this in the first 2 rounds. We were asked that question earlier, I think, before you joined, Sean. And people say, well, you're going to see more games like this in the playoffs. And yeah, you are. You're going to see some first-round games like this. But you're also going to see some 11, 10, 12 seeds going to upset a team in the first round and then get to play one of the top 4 in the second and the quarters and get annihilated like this. 100%.
Like I knew Kirby said before the game on his on-field interview before the game started, like, what's the words you told your team? He said aggression.
I want to see Al Golden. Like I want Marcus Freeman to just get a sign that says aggression and make it like a big brick, like block wooden thing. And then just wherever Al Golden sits in the film room, in the meeting room, in his office, I'm going to have a sign for each of them, and it's going to be right in his line of sight. Because that's what I want to see from him next year on defense. Is being a more aggressive coach. And it's not about they're not being undisciplined.
No,
They're not Brent Venables. They're not John Tenuta. They're not doing
No.
any of those things. It's a controlled aggression.
Yes.
And that's where you got to be. It's a
Yes.
controlled aggression.
Yes.
And
Yes.
that's I want to see
Yes.
it. People, 5-star this, 5-star that. They just won a championship with a 2-star quarterback. Okay. Yes, you need talent, but the talent comes in all different shapes and sizes. It's about coaching that talent. And they're doing a great job of coaching that talent. You cannot tell me this is just about recruiting rankings. It's not. Because there's dudes that are going to be high draft picks for TCU that are getting work tonight because they were not prepared for this moment.
Or I said, hey, Brian, look, they're one blown coverage. Look, just listen to me. They're one blown coverage in this game away from having a shutout. If they don't blow that coverage, Brian, look.
No, I'm with you, but my whole thing is, Sean, is there's two other blown covers they had that TCU missed on.
This is my point. We knew, and Kirby knew, that dude having to make all the plays
is not beating
is not going to beat us. Right. And he just happened to hit one that was wide open. Right. Wide open.
Right.
The other ones, where it was kind of competitive, he missed on them.
Right, but the one to Quentin Johnson was not competitive. The one on the picks should not have been competitive. He was wide open.
It wasn't. He overreacted to the blitzing linebacker.
To pressure.
The running back picked him up.
Should have been a touchdown. Yeah. Yes, but it wasn't like the other one. I get your point. Yes. Yeah. I would simply say that there was a couple other blown cut. If you have a Stetson Bennett caliber quarterback on the other team, they got at least 3 or 4 touchdowns right now in this game. But I get your point.
But I think in comparison to what they did against Ohio State, the back end has played a lot more solid tonight than they played against Ohio State.
Yeah. Better.
And he knows.
Yeah.
He knows that's the weakness. That's all. That's all he probably asks of them. Just don't make mistakes.
Well, let me just say this to you. Let me ask you this question, Sean. If CJ Stroud is the quarterback for TCU tonight, this game's much more competitive.
Is it the same TCU defense?
My point though is it's much more competitive because they just scored on them.
Yeah.
And because see, you know how this rolls, Sean. You get a big lead, it takes the pressure off of you offensively. You can take more chances, and that's how games like this happen.
Yeah.
But if they're matching you touchdown for touchdown early, all of a sudden that puts pressure on Stetson Bennett. I now got to go out and make a play. Now you start maybe forcing stuff a little bit. And that's that. I'm just simply looking at it from like the Georgia defensive standpoint.
Now this will be the first year that Notre Dame fans will probably not feel like, darn, the running game's not going early. What are we going to do?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Now that's a darn good feeling to have.
Yeah.
Right now, before you even get to the spring. Like,
okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. It really is.
Yeah.
It really is.
You know, he's not Stetson Bennett, but Georgia fans, I'm sure Georgia fans feel really comfortable with Stetson Bennett when plays need to be made. Like, no, he's not the perfect quarterback, but you say it all the time. He's a gamer.
Right.
He's a gamer.
Ball where it needs to go to. You don't have to be Trevor Lawrence. You don't have to be, just get the ball where it needs to go. Right.
And there's some throws that he's probably late on some slants or something, or he doesn't have the arm strength to really get it in there like a Trevor Lawrence.
Sean, look, dude, think about all the quarterbacks Ohio State's had the last decade. It wasn't CJ Stroud that won a title. It wasn't Justin Fields.
Nope.
It wasn't Dwayne Haskins.
Nope.
It wasn't Joe Burrow in a Buckeye uniform. It was who?
Cardale Jones.
Cardale freaking Jones. And JT Barrett.
JT
got him there.
And before that, Craig freaking Krenzel.
Craig freaking Krenzel. Not Bobby Hoying.
No.
Right?
No.
Because the what was around them was really good. But when the games were, but Craig Krenzel was a gamer. Right? JT Barrett was a gamer before the knee injury. And he got them to that point. And then Cardale just said, don't F it up. You know what I mean? Man. But it's a lot easier when you can hand off to Zeke Elliott and throw bombs to Devin Smith.
You are not lying about that.
Is this Chandler Morris in the game? Okay.
Yeah.
Curious to see him play. Yeah.
The Beck kid looks like he has a big arm.
Yeah.
I
want to see him.
I did see that.
Yeah, I want to see him a little bit. Here we go, Sean. Here's a good one from Kay Grant. What are you most looking forward to this upcoming year for Notre Dame? Or did you just say it already?
That is it.
Is that it?
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Notre Dame running game being stopped early and saying, that's okay.
Yeah.
Bring the safeties down.
Right.
Go right ahead.
Right.
Keep 8-9 in the box. Go right ahead. Do that.
Dare you.
Do that.
Do it. Do it. Do it. I dare you. Do it.
Absolutely.
Tom racing, but they're like, oh my God, put in the box. Let's do this. Yeah, it's gonna be fun to see, man. Now here's the thing though, Sean. For me, it's most looking forward to seeing the defense. I want to see if the defense can get back on track, because what you can't have happen is the offense breaks out and what we always hoped it would be, but then the defense doesn't play like it had all those years when you wish the offense would have stepped up.
Right.
That's the concern. That's a concern. Because if you can give me the offense I think they're going to have next year, the 2018 defense, to a degree the 2019 defense, to a degree the 2020 defense wasn't that good. They played a weak schedule that year. The 2021 defense at times, before the bowl game when when Freeman was still running it, you can do some stuff. But what you can't have is the offense finally gets better and the defense takes a step back. Yeah. So I'm really curious to see what changes happen on the defense. That's the thing I'm most looking forward to from a curiosity standpoint. But from an excitement standpoint, it's going to be that, Sean. It's you've got a Harry Heastand coached offensive line with a loaded running back, arguably the best tackle tandem in college football. And you've now got a chance that you feel good about, again, whether it's Sam Hartman or Tyler Buckner, you start feeling really good about they're going to have a guy at quarterback next year. And yeah, you can't just take away a run game and say, oh, well, now we're screwed. Yeah. It's a great point. Sean, you've been on fire with the great points today, man.
Hey, man. It's a good day.
Yeah. Derek Calmer.
Championship day.
I am. I know Sean is, but are you guys kicking inside onside kick to start the half? Talking about this game. Would you have gone onside kick in the beginning of the third quarter to start the game?
To start the half?
Start the half, I mean, yeah.
I mean, at that point, what are you stealing? You're stealing a possession to lose by 40?
I'm not putting my kids in that situation.
No.
We are clearly outclassed.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying that to my team, but you guys say, hey, guys, let's not put our kids in position to get embarrassed. Now, they end up getting embarrassed anyway, but that's just because they didn't play well. But I'm not onside kicking and letting Georgia up 38-7 have a 45-yard field to start the second half. I'm just – because, look, Sean, if the premise is what do you got to do to get back in this game, you got to make some stops.
Yeah.
And I'm not making a stop where they're basically in 4-down territory from the moment they receive the kick.
Yeah.
Right? Kick it deep and say, hey, defense, we need you guys to make a stop. Just one stop at a time. One stop at a time. And you know what the defense did? They did get a stop on the first drive. Yeah. Then the offense gave it right back, and then Georgia rolled again.
Yep.
Right? So that's what I would have done. I mean, if it was 24-7 and maybe the game was a little bit more competitive, but I mean, that's just one of those things. You don't put your kids in a position to get embarrassed. And it still happened. Still kind of happened. Oh, my goodness. JP Buellsfeld says, what will it take for us to compete with SEC champions? It seems like the same story every year.
Who was we? Notre Dame?
Notre Dame, yeah.
They compete with Georgia every
Twice.
time they play them.
Yeah.
The only team, style-wise, they just don't match up with Alabama.
Right. They also played Notre Dame's worst secondary. They faced the worst secondary Notre Dame has had in the last 5 years.
Yeah.
In 2020. Let's be honest about that. Yeah, Nick. Yeah, what's the kid's name? I keep forgetting his last name. The cornerback from 2 years ago, Nick. Not
Watkins.
No, why do I keep forgetting?
I know the transfer, right?
Yes, the kid from NC State, and I cannot.
Nick McLeod.
Nick McLeod. I feel so bad. And you had Clarence Lewis as a true freshman starting cornerback on those teams.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's a little bit different than Cam Hart and Benjamin Morrison.
Yeah. I will say this Georgia team, what you pointed out earlier today, has a lot more offensive weapons than Notre
Yeah.
Dame faced when they
Yeah.
did face Georgia.
Yeah.
So
they don't have the top end weapons.
mm-mm.
I mean, you look at that 2017 team, Sean. They had Sonny Michel. They had Nick Chubb. Your third running back was DeAndre Swift. But then the receivers like Terry Godwin, Javon Wims. It wasn't as explosive as this group is.
No, not at all. Not at all. Not
and
at
this,
all.
yeah.
Yeah. But now they have some dudes.
Yeah.
Some athletes on the outside.
Yeah. And just a lot of good players. That's just
Yeah.
what it boils down to. It's just a lot of good players.
Yeah.
Next question, Sean, as the game gets close to being over. Caleb Collins asks, who do you prefer, Caleb Williams, CJ Stroud, or Bryce Young?
Are we playing college or pro?
Let's put it this way. Let's say Notre Dame had a chance before this season to get any of these three quarterbacks on their roster for the 2022 season. Who do you take? It's a tough one.
I mean, it's not tough for me because
I think we would take the same guy.
I mean, I would take Bryce. I think Tommy would take Bryce. Maybe it would be between Young and Stroud.
Yes, for
but
Tommy.
I think, but Tommy would probably take Bryce Young.
I agree. I would too.
Yeah,
I would too. For this offense, I think I would take him because I think Bryce can do a little bit more with his legs. That's what I think.
Yeah.
Yep. So, Sean, I think that is going to do it for today's show. That does it for the national championship game. 65-7.
I was about to say, anything stand out, Brian?
Yeah. TCU just didn't come to play, man. And that's really what it boils down to. I mean, you know this, man. Football is a game where weird things can happen on any given Saturday. Tonight, Monday night. And to me, if these teams play again next week, it's not 65-7. It'll be more competitive. Like you said, Georgia brought their A game. TCU brought their C game. It's a bad combination. I thought they'd both bring their A-ish game, and that's why I went 41-24. But TCU just didn't show up. And your quarterback couldn't hit open guys. You couldn't tackle. Undisciplined on defense. I mean, just they weren't ready to play. And kudos to the Georgia coaching staff for getting a read on what TCU does and using it against them early in the game. They did a brilliant job with that on both sides of the ball, Sean. Brilliant job with that.
Yeah. It was almost like a fight where you're the speed fighter going up against a power fighter, and you think we can neutralize what they do with what we do. And then they ran up against a team that does both of those things well. Right. And they're like, oh, snap. They're just as fast as us.
Yeah, a fast fighter with a stronger punch.
With a stronger punch. And it's like, oh, man, we don't really – what's our advantage tonight?
Right.
Just go out and play and compete. That's all you can do.
And they didn't. That's the thing, though, Sean. They didn't compete. That's a disappointing thing for me is we didn't see the best of TCU tonight.
No.
I thought we were going to get the best of TCU tonight, which is why I went 41-24. I thought TCU was going to make it close early, hit a couple of those big plays because, again, they were there for the taking. And he just couldn't get it done.
Yeah.
Couldn't get it done.
And then, if you get a chance to go back and watch the second half, Kirby just got unfair in the second half.
I know. It's ridiculous.
They were running linebacker twist blitz coming off the end. I was like, oh, Kirby just.
Hey, look, I'm a believer, Sean, that as long as you leave I hate when teams put their backup defense in. The other team leaves their starters in, and they keep running their same offense, and you're just playing off. Yeah. I hate that. Yeah. As long as you keep running your offense the way you keep throwing and doing all that, then I'm gonna stop you. My job is to stop you. What am I teaching my backup kids if I'm putting them in the game and saying we're not going to run our defense and we're just going to let that team go up and down the field and score? Yeah. Screw that. You want to keep throwing the football down whatever to 7, that's cool. We're going to keep doing what we game planned all week to stop you.
Yeah.
I'm all about it. Well, especially in this type of thing, man. This is a title game. This isn't playing an FCS team.
Yeah, you played
a title game.
Everything on the line in this game.
Yeah.
Man, what was the coach's name? And remember the Titan? Denzel was Coach Boone.
Right.
The other coach was Herman. No,
he was Herman Boone. It was
the other coach.
Coach
Yost. I felt like Kirby gave Georgia the Coach Yost speech in the semifinal game of that movie. Like, they don't gain another yard all night long.
They get
Leave
past the line of scrimmage, I'm pulling every one of
one
y'all.
of y'all out. Leave no doubt.
Yes.
That was always, he was like, we're not just beating them. Leave
Right.
no doubt. Nobody will be ever question.
Yeah.
Tonight, they will
Never
remember.
forget.
They'll never forget the Georgia Bulldogs tonight. And that's the way they played. That's the way they played. I'm like, Kirby, what are you doing? Like, the first series, I'm like, really? You're coming after this kid? Like, you're playing your regular defense, and he's still missing throws, and now you just want to punish him.
Right. Hey, they're coming out swinging. Hey, we're going to do the same thing. So, yeah, it was rough. We're going to blitz all night. Somebody.
And what's your boy, poor Petey? Petey, I'm gonna need you to. You know what, Alan? Come on in
here. Yeah. I love that. That was a great movie. Got to actually meet Coach Boone in it. Now, what's funny is in the movie, Denzel.
How far away were you from that?
I mean, it's like up in it's like up near past Richmond.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, it's not that far.
Okay.
When I was at Christopher Newport, Coach Boone came to talk to our team one day after practice.
Wow.
And if you actually, so what's funny is in the movie, Denzel's tall and Coach Yost is short, but in real life, it's the opposite.
Okay.
Coach Boone is short and Coach Yost is pretty tall.
Okay.
But yeah, I had a chance to meet Herman Boone back then. He passed away recently, but yeah, it was interesting. Yeah, it was very interesting. So, but yeah, he didn't have the same charisma as Denzel.
No. I figured as much. I figured as much.
Yeah, it was not as
So did anything about tonight make you feel better about Notre Dame next year?
I mean, no, it didn't make me feel worse. It is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no, I mean, look, Notre Dame's issues are Notre Dame, right? I mean, that's the deal. It's Notre Dame, and they just got to keep going doing what they're doing, right? Keep developing improve the areas that we know need to be improved upon. The thing that Coach Freeman can't do is he cannot allow what happened. One of Brian Kelly's greatest flaws was he was too slow to react to when something wasn't working because he was unwilling to admit that he made a mistake in a hire or a decision.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that Coach Freeman needs to fire anybody. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying in general, you got to be more willing to say, hey, look, okay, my decision is not to fire this coach, but my decision is to step up and say, we are going to alter what we're doing.
Yeah.
Our plan was good, but it was not what it needed to be a champion.
Right.
And make the moves accordingly. That's the thing. And that's up to Notre Dame. That has nothing to do with Caleb Stroud. That has nothing to do, or CJ Stroud or Caleb Williams or Bryce Young or Georgia or Alabama or anybody else. That's about you.
Yeah.
I still believe Notre Dame right now is still in worry about Notre Dame mode.
Yeah.
Right. And fix what you can fix. Do what you can do, because I still feel like this is a much more talented team than people give it credit for. I've been saying that for years.
Yeah.
I believe that to be true, but they're not a team that is on that level yet.
Yeah.
You know, at some spots they are, but keep building on what makes you who you are. You know, make sure that you cannot, the biggest thing for me is Coach Freeman cannot allow the defensive side of the ball to take a step back. And it took a step back this year. You can't allow it to take another step back.
Yeah.
It can't slide.
Right. It's
one thing to have an off year. It is what it is. First year staff, all those things. You couldn't be as involved in the defense because you were doing all this other stuff. I get it. I'm all good with that. I get it. But now you got to look at it and say, okay, but now what do I got to do to be that guy that says we're going to get it back on track?
Yeah.
We're going to fix it.
Yeah.
And firing coach isn't always the answer. Hey, Al, I need you to do Al's. I need y'all to do a better job. Here's what we're going to do to fix it. I think you guys are smart guys. I think you have what it takes to be successful here. But what we did last year, because that's the thing is sometimes, Sean, a good coach has a bad plan. And once you get into the season, it's hard to start over. I mean, you invest all this time in the offseason. So This is what you thought you were going to be, and that's not who you are.
Yeah.
You're back in college. You thought you could do certain things. You realize you can't do certain things. You thought certain players are going to be able to do a thing, and they can't do it. So you got to be able to adapt and adjust and get it there, because that side of the ball, to me, next year is going to be key. You got to get your defense, but you got to have a top 15 defense next year.
Yeah.
Because if you slide back into 30 like you were this year, and your offense, because here's the deal, LSU could get away with that 19 because they had a top 5 offense. I don't think they're going to have a top 5 offense next year.
Yeah.
It's just not going to be structured that way. It's just the schedule is not conducive to that, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They're not going to be a team that goes out and scores 49 points in the game to win a title. They don't need to, though. That's the thing I've always said. They don't need to be 2019 LSU to win a title.
Right.
They just had, but they will have to do that if their defense continues to slide back, and that's the concern.
That's the concern,
because then you become what you've always been, but now it's the defense that's your problem.
Right. You
but a defense will get you beat in the regular season. That's the problem for me.
Yeah. Yeah. Now you're just seesawing.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
How about you, Sean?
I mean, I agree with that. I think the expectations that we have make me excited to get to the spring. I wish I could fast forward to the pro day and the first spring practice like right now. Or 2 weeks before that, where we have the first breakout session with the coaches and get a chance to talk to them. It's just a lot of stories, man. Right? And I'm sure we'll get bits and pieces, off-season training. We'll start hearing about, guys putting on weight, and Matt Bayless shaping guys for this and this move and that move. And then we'll get to see whatever goes on. But all eyes will be on the quarterbacks when we get to the spring, right? Which is really good, because the defense and whatever they're doing can really kind of go under the radar.
Yeah.
Because the quarterbacks and the offense are going to steal the show.
Right.
In the off season, pretty much, spring and fall. And once we get into the mix, we'll start to see. I'll be excited to see the rotations. Remember, I was excited about seeing the combination of Jason Onye and Tyson Ford playing next to each other.
Yeah.
Against the first team offensive line, and showing the fact that they competed. And it was like, okay. They were getting, they were getting pushed off the ball a little bit, but they got right back in there. The next time they got in there, they competed their butts off and started to make a little hay. And now it's time to see those guys be dudes.
Right.
And so that's
right.
That's what I can't wait to see. I can't wait to see those guys unleashed.
Right. Because isn't that what Georgia did this year, Sean?
Yeah.
They lost a lot of stars. And in some instances, really good players became stars, or stars that were under. Like Jalen Carter was a star last year, but he was as a player, but he wasn't a star from a perception standpoint, because it was Jordan Davis and it was this, it was that, but he was a dude.
Yeah.
And he stays a dude, but now he becomes more known. But in other instances, it was the guys who, Jermaine Burton was that guy last year at the receiver. Well, this year, Ladd McConkey steps up in one game, and then Mitchell steps up in another. I mean, so you have other guys emerge, right? That's what good teams do.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear, well, Notre Dame's going to step back because they lost Isaiah Foskey.
Yeah.
Fellas, ladies, did you see what Georgia lost last year?
Yeah.
Right. And well, they recruit that. Okay, but they had to replace elite dudes with other elite dudes. Notre Dame is going to have to figure out a way to replace those guys. That's what good teams do.
Yep.
And I don't want to hear, well, this is, I don't get rid of the BK stuff. Get rid of the Brian Kelly excuse crap, because Marcus Freeman's not hearing it. If Marcus Freeman thought the defense couldn't be championship caliber next year, then he would be out there saying, well, we don't need to worry about going against Sam Hartman. We're just going to develop Tyler Buckner and let these young kids develop. We'll take our lumps, and then we'll go out and be ready to compete 2024.
Yeah.
But he's no, look, we're in where we don't think we're good enough. We're going to go add players to the room.
Add pieces.
Hey, Josh Burnham and Jordan Patel, if you guys want to be the dudes next year, I'm going to go try to get a Viper that you have to compete with to make you raise your game.
Absolutely.
That's what you need to do.
Yeah.
And let's not talk about this. Let's not dismiss this either. One thing that's going to be a great asset to the 2023 Notre Dame defense is they are now going to have to go in spring ball and fall camp against a fully ingrained Harry Hiestand offensive line. And that I'm not saying that to be snarky or funny.
Deep, though.
Huh?
Too deep though.
That's my point.
His backups are going to
That's my point. In 20, yes, that's my point. Exactly. And so that's going to make them better.
Mm-hmm.
And Mike Elko talked about this. People were like, what helped Notre Dame be prepared to take on Georgia in 2017? Did you see what they were going against in practice every day? They were ready for that game. And that's what helped Georgia's defensive line be ready for the Notre Dame offensive line that game.
Absolutely.
Did you see what they had to go against in practice every day with Andrew Thomas? So that's the thing too, that's gonna what Mike Elko call it. He's like, it was truth serum.
Yeah.
That offensive line, no, they're human lie detectors. That's what he said. That offensive line was a human lie detector. Because if you weren't ready and you didn't have it, they were going to expose you.
They're going to expose you.
And we're going to see that next year.
Yeah.
So I mean, if Josh Burnham's in practice going against those guys every day, if Jordan Patel's going against those guys every day, when you get to Saturday, it's going to be like, whew, thank God I don't got to go against Blake Fisher and Joe Wall today.
Man.
That's what Georgia's kids do. I'm just glad I don't have to face Jalen Carter in practice today.
Mm-hmm.
And Saturday becomes the easy part. That's how it was for Mount Union for all those years. It's like, dude, their scout teams were giving you better looks than most of the teams they played on Saturday.
Yeah.
And that's the thing for Notre Dame is that I think is going to really help them get to that point is to say, hey, look what you got exposed on Saturday. Or on Tuesday's practice. What are you going to do about it? You better come ready to play tomorrow.
Yeah.
And I think that's going to help them. It's one of the reasons I have a cautious optimism. It's the combination of talent plus they're going to get challenged every single day. It's another reason why I'm optimistic about the pass game being better next year. Because in order to be better, that's what they're going to have to go against every day. Is you're going to have to figure out a way to get open against Benjamin Morrison and Cam Hart and Jaden Mickey and Thomas Harper.
It should make both of the quarterbacks better.
Yeah.
You better throw this ball on time.
Right.
You better throw this ball on time.
Right.
You better place it right. Or else it's going back the other way.
Right.
And Reed better be quick.
And those are the things I'm excited about, Sean, is seeing that stuff. Is can you challenge each other to that degree?
Yeah.
That's what we're going to find out.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's what we're going to find out. So, man, college football season is over, man. It just kind of hit me. It just got me sad for a hot second, to be honest with you.
Yeah, it is. It is. And now we have to sit and wait until the open period and start getting. Well, I can pretty much tell you where Notre Dame will be early. 5:00 a.m. I can tell everybody where Notre Dame's going to be.
Yeah.
I don't know. Somebody from Notre Dame is going to be on the west side of Chicago early in the morning, first day of open period.
Yeah.
I can tell you.
They better be. They better be.
Tell you that.
They better be.
Hey, you darn right they better be. You darn right.
Yeah.
After that release last night,
yeah.
Okay. Now it's time to go to work.
Yeah.
Now it's time to go to work. You know who you're going up against now.
Right.
Now it's time to go to work.
Get it done. No excuses.
No
excuses.
No.
Yeah.
What was that? Marcus Dupree, ESPN 30 for 30?
Yeah.
When you had Oklahoma and Texas camped out. Hey, camp a coach out.
Mm-hmm.
Down the street from the school if you have to.
Mm-hmm.
Do whatever you have to do. That one is a must.
Yeah.
A must.
Yep.
That started off right. He told me springtime is his decision.
This upcoming spring?
Springtime. He wants to be able to decide something spring, early summer, right in there.
Yeah. That'll be interesting. So you got some time.
Mm-hmm.
Got some time. We'll have to see.
So I'm gonna go watch him play some basketball this week.
Okay.
I'm gonna go watch him play some basketball this week.
There you go. He didn't he have a pretty good game recently?
Oh, dude, he's like a double machine. He's like a double machine.
I don't think people realize he's athletic. That's what I don't think people get.
He's a dancing bear, man. He's a dancing bear. 3:15 already?
Yeah.
What?
Yep.
I'll be calling that kid like, man, can you reclassify for 23 and commit in February? Like,
Yeah. Anyway.
man,
Well, Sean, it was a pleasure doing the show with you. We'll be back at it
always.
tomorrow. Obviously, you guys will be you'll have your Lucky Lefty show tomorrow,
We
right?
will.
You guys will be back at your normal time. We'll be back tomorrow, 1:00. Ryan and I'll be back talking some Notre Dame football. And you know what? I may have to get with y'all and see if you guys maybe want to do a recruiting show tomorrow at 2
Yeah.
to make up for you and Ryan. So
Let us
we may
know.
just have the recruiting hour tomorrow, and then Wednesday we'll get back at it with Notre Dame team news, and we'll dive into the offseason and all that good stuff. So
Absolutely.
I'll get with Ryan it's probably past his bedtime, Sean, so I won't get with him tonight. But
Ryan turned in after the first half. I can guarantee you. I can guarantee
there's
you.
no doubt. No doubt. So we'll probably have a recruiting show tomorrow at 2:00. That's probably what we'll do tomorrow. So I have to get with Ryan and Sean about that because I know you guys haven't gotten enough recruiting news in the last week or so. So we'll have that. He'll recap obviously the game, the All-Star games, just kind of what he saw, but then also kind of the latest with Notre Dame recruiting news and notes. So Sean, thank you for being with me today, man. You and I had a lot of time spent together today. It's very quality time. I always enjoy it, my friend. Always
Same
enjoy
here,
it.
my friend.
Yeah. Have a great night, everybody. Hey, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that notification bell. Share this podcast, please. We're trying to really build up the CFB Nation channel. We appreciate all of you that joined with us tonight. Make sure you sign up for the message board at boards.irishbreakdown.com and make sure that you subscribe to the CFB Nation podcast app and YouTube channel. The podcast app is where you can find all of the Lucky Lefty content. If you want Lucky Lefty content on YouTube, got to go to the Lucky Lefty page. But if you want to listen to their podcast on a podcast app, you just go to the CFB Nation podcast, give that a like and a 5-star review, and you will get tons and tons and tons of obviously the Lucky Lefty show, which is the premier show on that channel because they are the Notre Dame channel for CFB Nation. You'll also get the CFB All-America show and our state of recruiting. So for Sean Davis, everybody, I'm Brian Driscoll. Have a great rest of your night. Thanks for joining us on this CFB Nation podcast.